Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern
Members, please take your seats. Members, before we commence, I wish to inform the Assembly that Budget Number 3 Bill has received royal assent. The Budget Number 3 Act NI 2020 became law on the 25th of November 2020. It is Chapter 6. First item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Nicola Brogan be appointed as a member of the Committee for Education and as a member of the Committee on Procedures.
And I call Sinéad Ennis to move the motion.
Move, Concordia.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Welcome to the committee. I have received notice from the Minister for Communities that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear the statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still need to make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I would remind members to be concise, please, in asking their questions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council language body meeting. The meeting was held virtually on the 27th of November 2020. The executive was represented by myself as Minister for Communities and by Minister Lyons. The Irish Government was represented by Jack Chambers, TD, Minister of State with responsibility for Gaeltacht Affairs and Sport. He also chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons and I am making it on behalf of both of us. The meeting dealt with issues relating to the North-South language body and its two constituent agencies, the Ulster Scots Agency and Forest na Gaeilge. The following topics were discussed and decisions taken were appropriate. As part of their opening remarks, Ministers acknowledged that it would have been preferable for the first NSMC sectoral meeting since June 2016 to have been held in the NSMC Secretariat offices in Armagh. However, it was recognised that the meeting was being held remotely in support of the current public health efforts. Following opening remarks, Minister Chambers introduced the remaining items on the meeting. Response to COVID-19. Ministers welcomed the continued commitment of all staff and organisations in both jurisdictions to work to promote and provide support to the Irish language and Ulster Scots sectors during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ministers noted that the impact of the pandemic on the sector and the measures put in place by both administrations to prevent the closure of key organisations, stabilise the sector and support longer-term recovery, renewal and change. Ministers noted the productive ongoing cooperation between both administrations and the North-South language body in relation to supports for Irish language and Ulster Scots communities facing challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. Ministers noted that the agencies that comprise the North-South language body will continue to work together with both sponsor departments to consider the impact of withdrawal from the EU. Ministers noted that the body does not anticipate significant impacts on the sector and that this matter will be kept under review at future NSMC meetings in this sector. The Council noted the progress reports for the period of 2017 to 2020 received from the Chief Executive Officers of the Ulster Scots Agency and Forest na Gaeilge and key achievements of the North-South language body since the last sectoral meeting. These achievements include the distribution of more than $4 million in grant aid to support Ulster Scots cultural activities across Ulster, the development of the Discover Ulster Scots Centre in East Donegal and the refurbishment of Monray Ulster Scots Heritage Centre, Corrigans, the publication by Forest na Gaeilge of the online English-Irish dictionary and the subsequent launch of the print version, which is now being distributed to bookshops. The support provided by Forest na Gaeilge to some 400 organisations annually through 23 separate schemes and funding provided to approximately 170 groups under the schemes of young people, some 50 groups supporting festivals and 18 drama companies. The Council approved the appointment of Dahi McCarthy and Dr Nessa Nikaran August and Ola Majakdunmi, apologies, as board members of the North-South Language Body. The Council agreed to hold its next language body meeting in early 2021. Gormagat.
Gormagat, and I call, thank you, and I call Paula Bradley.
Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for bringing this to the House today. Minister, in part of the statement you talked about the COVID response, or the response to COVID-19 for the various sectors, and this was very welcome. We know that the 660,000 to Ulster Scots Resilience and the 1.2 million to the Irish Language Fund, and I'll stand corrected here if those figures are wrong or dates are wrong, is due to close on Wednesday. Just want to ask you, have you had any indication at all if these have been oversubscribed? And I hope they have been oversubscribed, and if they have been, will you then look at then putting more money towards both of those organisations to help with anybody that didn't receive any money?
I thank the member for her question. It has been a challenging time for the Ulster Scots Agency and indeed for Forest na Gaeilge during the COVID pandemic. The figures are slightly higher for the Ulster Scots Agency. It's 850, and everything is on track. I will be talking to both the Ulster Scots Agency, to Conwy na Gaeilge and Christian and Neshiachta. Forest na Gaeilge didn't administer the Irish language because they said they couldn't deliver on time, which would have meant there would have been a bigger delay between Ulster Scots getting funds and then the Irish language. So those other two groups were supported by the Forest na Gaeilge body to deliver, and I will look forward to getting a report once the applications have closed to see what additional support, if any, they need.
Thank the Minister, and I thank the Chairperson for the Committee for the Communities. Sean Lynch.
Minister, what impact has the COVID-19 pandemic had on the operation of the North-South language bodies and its ability to continue to support its lead organisation?
Thank you. Well, in relation to just the question I've responded to in terms of the Chair of the Committee, certainly the numbers that both bodies would have had in through their premises, and indeed some of their groups, has obviously decreased. A lot of online and virtual events have taken place, including Irish language classes, musical tuition for the Ulster Scots Agency, and lots more. It has been very challenging, but fair play to both bodies that have done their best throughout this pandemic and actually worked really, really hard, not only to support the groups but also to support the different sectors within each of their bodies throughout this pandemic. And indeed, all of the feedback that I've received up until now about both the work of the Ulster Scots Agency and indeed Forest na Gaeilge from groups on the ground during this pandemic has been positive. So I think they were heartened to hear that at the meeting on Friday.
I call Mark Durgan.
What consultation has been done with the Irish Government around developing a legislative programme on language development of An Gaeilge?
Well, this wasn't discussed at the meeting on Friday. I mean, as the member will appreciate, a lot of the items for discussion were retrospective in absence of the Assembly. But certainly the Irish Government and the British Government both are sponsors of the New Decade New Approach. And certainly that is something that we will be certainly bringing forward very, very soon. The member will also know that my department has responsibility for the Irish language strategy and the strategy for Ulster Scots culture and heritage, and I'll be bringing those panels have been appointed and they'll be getting brought forward very soon.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for your answers so far. Minister, in your statement regarding the language body progress reports, you talk about the distribution of £4 million in grant aid to support Ulster Scots cultural activities across Ulster. And then you go on to talk about the support provided by Forest na Gaeilge to 400 organisations and 23 separate schemes. But I don't see anything in relation to the finance there. Can you give me some idea how much that has cost?
So is it the... Sorry, I'm not clear.
You're putting towards that. You talk about the 400 million. Sorry, the 4 million towards the Ulster Scots culture. How much has the support to the 40 organisations annually and 23 separate schemes, etc. cost?
I don't have all those details to hand, but I'll write to the member. So just to be clear, the member's asking what each of the groups in Ulster Scots got onto that funding. I don't have that, but I'll certainly provide it to the member.
That I was speaking of, yeah.
I'll get the member that as well.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. You're right to pay tribute to Forrest na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency for all of their work during COVID and beyond. You talk about the North-South Ministerial Council want to provide and promote Irish language in Ulster Scots. We know that there needs to be legislation brought forward for the commissioners for both. Can I ask the Minister to confirm how soon she thinks that legislation will come forward, and will it be under accelerated passage or will it just come through as normal?
I thank the member for a question, but it wasn't covered as part of the NSMC. The NSMC last Friday was really looking at the retrospective work of both bodies from 2017 to 2020. Certainly in terms of the question she's asked, it may be something that she wants to ask TEO, but just in response to the I give to Mark Durkin for the legislation that I'm responsible for in terms of strategies for both. I'm working away on those and trying to make as much progress as possible, because it's quite clear legislation is needed to protect both.
I call Robin Newton.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and indeed for her answers so far. Can I ask the Minister if the matter of the Northern Ireland Centenary and the positive role that might be played by both the organisations was discussed? And if it wasn't discussed, would the Minister place it on the agenda for the next meeting?
I thank the member for his question. It wasn't discussed. Had it been discussed, it would have been in my statement. I'm certainly happy. I know that Forrest na Gaeilge and indeed the Ulster Scots Agency have a programme of work that they're working on from 2021 beyond. And I have absolutely no doubt that they will be included in their forward programme for work.
I call Sinéad Ennis.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. Can I ask the Minister what measures are in place to ensure public accountability for funds allocated to the North-South language bodies, agencies, to help them deal with the COVID pandemic?
I thank the member for a question. So there were places that were needed to be filled on some of the bodies, and they have been done. And their process of filling the rest, and that is accountability. So while Forrest na Gaeilge and indeed Ulster Scots Chief Executive Office report directly to the NSMC sectoral meeting, they are held to account by their boards. So once their board membership have been completed, then that will ensure that there's full scrutiny.
I call Alex Easton.
And can I thank the Minister for her statement so far. Minister, in your statement you mentioned ministers noted the impact of the pandemic on the sector. Could you maybe outline some of those impacts that have been discussed?
I thank the member for his question, and he probably knows this even just from working in his own constituency. But certainly, you know, you would have had festivals, you would have had face-to-face classes, you would have had dance and music tuition. You would have had work on historical and heritage documents. You would have had classes and even events and seminars around those. They all had to be cancelled as a result of the face-to-face anyway. But as much as possible, both the Ulster Scots Agency and indeed Forrest na Gaeilge, you know, through the groups, done a lot of virtual stuff. I've absolutely no doubt that even if you look at even the Culturland in West Belfast, have lost a lot of money as a result of, you know, the restrictions, and indeed other events have been hit financially as a result of restrictions, and that's why I felt it important that the money for culture, arts and heritage with both the Ulster Scots Agency and indeed the Irish language were also supported as their financial loss as a result of COVID needed to be reflected in the overall arts and cultural and heritage package too.
Ceann Comhairle agus buíochas leis an aire Suachtar Righteous inniu. I thank the Minister for her statement today. And I'm wondering, could the Minister tell us when we can expect to see a business plan for 2021 and a corporate plan for 2020-2022 period?
I thank the member for his question. Well, both will be certainly early in the new year, if not sooner. So both corporate and business plans will be brought forward by the bodies at the new sectoral meeting, at the next sectoral meeting in the new year. And of course we'll have a full NSMC, so maybe outstanding documents such as those may be brought in front. But my information is that because we had to clear a lot of the retrospective documents, that both agencies have been working on both their business and their corporate plans, so I would anticipate those been almost good to go.
Pádraig McGlone.
Good Ceann Comhairle, thank you, Speaker. Agus muíthas leis an aire as an ráiteas fósta. An feidir leis an aire inse dúine cén céilliúil aistrú tuairimí agus aistrú taithí atá tosnaithe le rialtas na hÉireann a díobh eabhlóideach na Gaeilge. I would just like to ask the Minister what sort of exchanges of information and views and experiences around the development of Irish language legislation has there been with the Irish Government?
So I thank the member for his question. Had the development of the Irish language been part of the NSMC, it would have been put into the statement. I, in response to another question, know that both the Irish and British governments are, as we speak, fulfilling their NDNA commitments in terms of funds that are coming forward. And just to give the member assurance that in my department I have responsibility for the strategy for the Irish language and a strategy for Ulster Scots cultural and heritage, and I'm making good progress on those. I think it's a question that the member needs to ask the TO. Had it been discussed at the sectoral meeting, it would have been in the statement.
Call Roy Beggs.
And again, thank the Minister for her statement. It refers to Furnace na Gael supporting some 400 organisations annually, some 23 separate schemes, 170 groups under the schemes for young people, some 50 groups supporting festivals and 18 drama companies. So my question is, can the Minister provide a detailed breakdown showing how all this funding is used and indicating the numbers of the organisations, schemes, groups supporting young people, groups supporting festivals and drama companies in the Ulster Scots community, as well as that in the Irish language community?
I thank the member for his question. It's almost identical to his colleagues, so I'll give both sets of breakdowns to both members in the Ulster Unionist Party. Thank you.
I call Paul Frew.
I ask the Minister, thank the Minister for her statement, of course. Can I ask the Minister, has the ministers in either country conducted any type of detailed impact assessment on how cultural activity and sport even has been impacted by lockdowns? And has the Minister identified the long-term damage involved? And has she then been able to adapt her strategies to suit?
I thank the member for his question. Certainly each of us would have looked at the overall impact that COVID has had. That is why I brought forward money for the Ulster Scots Agency and indeed for Conradh na Gaeilge and Lancashire and Nesjacta, because a lot of the work that these groups do, particularly with a lot of youth groups that normally happen in halls, so the halls have lost money, the caterers have lost money, the freelancers involved in those events have lost money, and they are all part of the fabric that make up the Ulster Scots and indeed the Irish language. And that's why it was critically important that when we were investing money into arts, culture and heritage across the board, that those two were not left behind. There has been substantial losses in terms of finance, but I just want to put it in record, both agencies have went above and beyond to try and make sure that the links with the groups that they have worked with for years have been kept as much as possible and done their best to keep communication going in very, very difficult circumstances.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement this morning. There appear to be 4 vacant positions on the board of the Ulster Scots Agency. I think you touched on it previously, but could you give us some details and timescales for actually the appointment process to fill those vacancies? Thank you.
Thank the member for a question. I would anticipate, in fact, I would expect all those positions to be filled early in the new year and to be on board. So that's their governance training, their orientation, everything before the next NSMC sectoral meeting.
I call Jim Allister.
Minister, clarify, is there still an active board in respect of Forest na Gaelta? I ask because, according to its website, there has been no board meeting of which minutes have been produced since January 2019, and indeed no minutes have been produced in English since 2018. Why is that? And in respect of the assistance given to the Irish language groups to disperse COVID money, can that money be spent outside the jurisdiction of Northern Ireland?
So I thank the member for his question, and I actually think they're quite good questions. Not that the member ever asks questions that aren't wonderful, but certainly I do think it's a matter of public record. We need to know why the minutes haven't been on the website, so I'll certainly ask that. In relation to COVID money that this Assembly and this Executive has given to groups, it's spent in the North. If the member is suggesting differently, then he needs to bring me forward examples. Thank you.
And that concludes questions on this statement. Could members take a ease for a moment or two to be moved to the next item on the order paper? Thank you. Members, the next item of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules, all of which relate to health protection coronavirus regulations. There will be a single debate on all 3 motions. We'll ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all of the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion, and this process will be repeated for the remaining statutory rule. If that is clear, I shall proceed. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Number 2, Amendment Number 11, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. And I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motions. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the 3 regulations before the Assembly make a number of specific amendments to the coronavirus restriction regulations and the wearing of face covering regulations. But before I move to the detail of each of the SRs, I do, Mr. Speaker, feel that I must place on record my disappointment that neither the Minister for the Economy nor the Minister of Education agreed to my request for either or both of them to lead on the Assembly's scrutiny of these changes. Changes, I may add, Speaker, that were primarily only made following direct requests from those ministers on very specific and detailed amendments. But were I not to move these regulations today, they would have fallen. Yet, despite them not being my department's amendments, I suspect members will have agreed that it was important such an outcome should be avoided. Whilst in their virtually identical responses to me, both felt that they were not accountable for these regulations. I have already expressed my belief that during an unprecedented global public health crisis, there should be no space for ministers or the executive departments working within silos. That's why, Speaker, I especially welcome the previous commitment from the First and Deputy First Minister that regulations would be tabled and led on and in the Assembly by the relevant minister. Although this very regrettably was not the case today, I would wish to thank the other ministers that have shown or are shortly about to show generosity of their time and support, namely the 2 junior ministers, the Communities Minister and the Justice Minister. Speaker, moving on to the issues at hand, SR 232 and 239 amend the restriction number 2 regulations in a very specific and narrow way. The amendments actually achieve the following. In the number 11 amendment regulations, they ensure, firstly, that the categorisation of tourist accommodation within the restriction regulations follows the existing formulations in the Tourism Northern Ireland Order 1992. This will simply ensure clarity around types of accommodation which were not explicitly set out in the original drafting, such as hostels. Secondly, they ensure that people who rely upon a carer are not prevented from taking individual exercise. We have made sure that where a person needs assistance entering a swimming pool, for instance, that is not inadvertently restricted. Thirdly, they ensure that the restrictions upon the close contact sector do not extend so far as to prevent make-up and hairdressing for film and television production underway during the period of the restrictions. My department was made aware of the impact that the restriction would have had upon ongoing productions and responded by making this exception upon the condition that extensive protective measures were in place. The industry standards are high, and I understand that this has allowed those productions to continue. Fourthly, they ensure that motorhomes are categorised with touring caravans within the regulations, so that where sites for touring caravans are closed, the same restriction is placed upon the sites for motorhomes. In the number 12 regulations, the amendments ensure that there is no restriction upon school physical education as a consequence of the restriction upon sports events. This would clearly be an inappropriate restriction upon children's education and a barrier to schools delivering the curriculum. And they ensure that where there are tables set up outside a bar or cafe, these are treated as part of the premises and subject to restrictions as much as where there is outside seating. We were made aware that there were instances of business seeking to subvert the intention of the original restrictions by having stand-up tables which would have allowed customers to loiter around the premises as much as if there had been seating, and thereby undermining the effectiveness of the original restriction. These may be small matters in themselves, but they are intended to ensure the integrity of the Executive's restrictions and to reflect our understanding of the impact that the restrictions are having on people. So some of these amendments tighten restrictions slightly, others loosen them slightly, and in anything we have done, we have sought to assess the risk of increased infection associated with loosening restrictions and the risk of serious negative consequence for individuals and the community if legitimate and valuable aspects of life are restricted. SR 233 amends the wearing of face covering regulations. These amended regulations were made on the 29th of October and came into force immediately. Their purpose is to mandate the use of face coverings by post-primary pupils on home-to-school transport and on public transport. Previous amendments to face covering legislation had extended the requirement to use a face covering on all buses, coaches and taxis, but not school transport. An exemption existed for children under 13 years of age. The amendments to the regulations have been made so that only children who are not yet at secondary school are now exempt from wearing a face covering on school transport or public transport. The term junior pupil not yet receiving secondary education exempts children under 11 and 6 months who are not yet at secondary school from wearing a face covering. The exemptions from medical and other requirements remain unchanged. Mr Speaker, these regulations were put in place before school resumed on the 2nd of November 2020, and I beg to move.
I call on Pam Cameron. Sorry, I call on Colm Gillerny, Chairperson of Health Committee.
Gormagad, Ciancorlia and Gormagad Leishanaira. Thank you to the Minister for coming today to make this statement. The Health Committee was briefed by the departmental officials on the 3 statutory rules on the 12th of November and agreed to recommend that they be confirmed by the Assembly. In relation to Amendments 11 and 12 to the number 2 regulations, members raised issues of process, inquired about consultation and alignment between departments and asked about equality considerations. On process, the committee asked officials about the potential moving forward for the department to resume its engagement with the committee at the stage of policy development, though clearly this would be a subject to a degree of uncertainty given the circumstances. No assurance was offered on facilitating better scrutiny, something which remains of concern to the committee. The number of sets of amendments and volume of technical amendments were also raised. Officials explained that this results from working at speed to respond to rapidly changing circumstances. We were informed that a cross-departmental working group meets weekly to consider the policy detail resulting from executive decisions, but that, given the time constraints, gaps are hard to avoid, though they can be plugged quickly via amending regulations as we have before us today. It was suggested to officials that further consideration be given to cross-departmental considerations of policy alignment in the current context, with one member citing an example of street furniture being installed during a period of restrictions on hospitality. The committee also probed consideration of equality issues in the absence of formal equality impact assessments. Officials advised that the human rights context and the proportionality of restrictions was considered in respect of each statutory rule, and that the department sought to strike a balance between the impact on rights generally and the impact of not imposing restrictions, given the nature of the pandemic. Pressed on the adequacy of the current approach, the officials conceded that there was recognition of the need for more granular consideration of equality issues, and that how this might be approached was under consideration. Turning then, Ciancorlia, to the face coverings amendment, members were advised that the percentage of passengers wearing face coverings on public transport had gone up from 10% to 85%, as a result of them becoming mandatory in that setting. On this basis, it was hoped that this rule would also prove effective in extending the requirements to post-primary children on home-to-school transport and public transport. It was suggested that officials consider the inconsistent messaging in continuing to exempt children from wearing face coverings in retail settings. The rationale offered was that social distancing is more feasible in many retail settings, unlike public transport, but the Director of Population Health undertook to consider the messaging point further with the Face Coverings Working Group, which is chaired by the Executive Office. Officials were also asked about any potential harm deriving from unhygienic practices in the use of face coverings, but advised that, on balance, research showed that there remained a net benefit from the wearing of face coverings. Agreeing on the evidence in favour of face coverings, members inquired about plans to widen requirements to use face coverings in indoor settings generally, and the extent of the Department's research on international experience and best practice, particularly that of Southeast Asian countries that have successfully reduced transmission of the disease and where face coverings have been routinely used for some time. The committee intends to seek a wider briefing on the evidence in the new year. Finally, on foot of questions around the links between sets of regulations, officials confirmed that almost all face coverings regulations are now separate and will not fall with temporary additional restrictions. So if I may now, Ciancorlia, I'd like to reflect a few words as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. The statutory rules we are discussing were made and came into force in late October and early November, with much of the content relating to clarifications for example, close contact services working in TV and film productions. This House must take the measures and restrictions seriously, as they impact in many ways on the lives and livelihoods of the public, even if those restrictions are time limited and subject to change in a few weeks' time. There are two things that I believe are vital: communicating a plan and a purpose and strategy, and importantly, putting in place the means to achieve that strategy. I welcome any clarifications that can be made. It's better that they are not needed, but when they are needed, it is right to get them made and put through. On the issue of achieving the desired outcome, I want to raise the issue of compliance. We have heard how face coverings on public transport saw compliance increase to an estimated 85%. I would like to see that further increased where possible, and that will mean enforcement. It also means, and this is a crucial point, that we need to ensure that everyone is aware of what is required and, importantly, that there are no barriers to compliance. For example, that means supporting business with grants, providing workers with statutory sick pay, and ensuring that people have masks or something to cover their nose and mouth where needed. And in a situation where people are struggling financially, cost of masks is an issue that I think we need to consider. I can call you, as we enter the winter months, those remain some of the challenges and tests that will not go away. We must work effectively together to meet these challenges in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Cormac. I'm going to call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I intend to be fairly brief this morning. And at the outset of this yet another coronavirus health restrictions debate, I want to put on record my thoughts are with those nearing the 1,000 mark of people or families that have been bereaved and very much affected by this whole pandemic. Obviously, these restrictions and regulations do put barriers away of normal life, of everyday life, of the right to work and the right to family life, and indeed even the right to public worship. The Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment No. 11 Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 sets out the changes to places where restrictions will apply and gives additional clarity, including some exemptions to the restrictions, with the biggest impact on restriction obviously is to business. And it's worth remembering that businesses, these are businesses that have bills to be met, food to be provided. And I have to say, in recent weeks, I've had many businesses across South Antrim contact me in utter despair at not being able to pay the bills or feed families. And it is a reality, it is not an exaggeration. And yet, while we can produce restrictions, it would appear we can't produce the money in a timely manner to support these people for whom we ask so much at this time. I think it's right that we put on record the sacrifice that those people are making. It certainly isn't good enough in my book, and I would appeal to the Finance Minister to do more and to do that faster. There is... I will indeed.
Appreciate the member's words. As an MLA, I am inundated by businesses who genuinely don't know if they can keep their door open. And I would ask her, would she also be fair and make the call to the Department of Economy and her party colleague, who absolutely needs to step up quickly?
I thank the member for the intervention, and certainly I welcome the cross-executive work that is going on, and certainly all ministers that have responsibility in areas of support, we would ask them all to put their shoulder to the wheel. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of confusion once again, it has not been helped by the ambiguity in the regulations and the late publication of these regulations. Businesses that can have multiple facets to their business, unsure whether they can open at this time and whether they can sell non-essential goods. And on the other hand, businesses who entirely sell so-called non-essential goods, watching their high street competition selling the same products as that they are forbidden to sell. I do welcome within the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Amendment No. 12 regulations that provides for physical education to take place in schools and other educational settings. We do know how important this is as part of a child's school day and the physical and mental benefits that exercise brings. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and I totally agree with her on the need to put a focus on children's physical activity to ensure mental and physical well-being. But would the member for South Antrim concur with me that it is also important that we look at the adult population's mental and physical well-being in relation to the restrictions? And I think particularly of the many thousands of gym attendees across the province at the moment, because for many of them, their only form of exercise is through that gym setting. And with the onset of winter, with dark nights and indeed adverse weather, sometimes that gym setting is the only way in which they can have that physical exercise. So would the member agree with my call, and indeed the committee's call, for a dialogue between the Minister and the Department with those gym businesses and attendees to ensure we can find physical and mental well-being in these winter months?
Can I remind members to stick to the scope of the regulations in hand this morning? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his intervention. And I do certainly see his point completely, and certainly from my viewing, even after simply walking the dogs yesterday outside, I was very aware that my walk on a fairly small path through a forest down to the loch was very crowded because of the knock-on impact that the closure of the likes of gyms has created, with cyclists and runners and entire families out doing their best to do something healthy and get out there and look after their physical and mental well-being. So there is a knock-on impact of these closures as well, certainly. Mr. Speaker, we've had these debates on many, many occasions, and to be honest, much of it is repetition. And maybe that is because as a society we are in a cyclical crisis. We make progress, we regress, but we do want to break this cycle and the current lockdown. These restrictions, albeit flawed in many ways, are rightly aimed at driving down the cases and in saving lives and protecting our health service from being overwhelmed. I very much welcome that our clinicians are doing their utmost to keep as much of our health service going throughout the second wave of coronavirus, and we must all look on the restrictions as an opportunity to do the little bit that we can to support our NHS staff in keeping as much of the health service open and operational, and we can all help by restricting our movements. This is another chance for us to do the right thing now, or we will be back on the cycle once more, again and again. Today's amendment number 3, which refers to the wearing of face covering, extends to the requirement to wear a face covering to post-primary school children on school transport and on other public transport. So, Mr. Speaker, I will finish yet again with an appeal to all to wash your hands, to wear a mask, keep your distance from others, and that includes family that do not live in your house, and cut down on your contacts. Protect your friends, your family and your colleagues and theirs, and that's what we ask of everyone. And if we all do it, we can indeed break this cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate today. And I also acknowledge the Minister for Health's insight into the DUP Ministerial's version of teamwork. But we all know that a team is only as strong as everybody playing their part, and I would hope that all ministers will do what they can to try and help with the workload of responding to COVID. The 3 regulations that we are being asked to ratify today are those that were laid before the Assembly on Thursday, the 29th of October. And as I do, I would like to pay tribute to all of our healthcare staff who continue to fight this invisible enemy in the wards and corridors of our hospitals, our care homes and houses, and extend deepest sympathies to the families impacted with the passing of loved ones. Mr. Speaker, members will be all too familiar with the process by which these regulations and amendments are laid in this Assembly, and that some of the regulations that we give consideration to today and try to wrestle with the decision as to whether or not we should agree with them have actually lapsed. Surely there must be a better way for us of doing this business. I think a better approach would be that these amendments are drafted, when they are drafted, that they're brought to this chamber for debate, for discussion, so that we can interrogate the decision that's been taken, but also ask the questions about many of the various impacts of the decisions, so that we would be able to understand what that process is and then go back to our constituents and detail to them. It's not surprising to yourself, but yes, go on ahead.
Thank the member for giving way, and I know he has passionately articulated that point at the committee. Would the member agree with me that one of the increasingly difficult parts to justify in relation to the delay in regulations coming both to committee and this House is that, for example, on the Thursday that the Health Committee does meet, we have a situation where the new regulations are in fact coming in on the Friday morning, meaning that there is a communication breakdown as to what should apply and what is previously applied.
I thank the member for his intervention. Maybe just to simplify, I think there's a better way of doing it. I think it wouldn't take much to sit down with a blank page and work out what's the best process for making sure that we can participate in the decision-making, but also understand the decision-making, because then if we understand it, then we can go out and articulate that to our constituents. But how often have members in this House with a regulation had a phone call or an email from a constituent and went, I don't know the answer to that, and then set about the difficult process of trying to find that information out. But to come to the regulations themselves, Mr Speaker, the first of these issues clarify what was previously lacking, specifically in regard to self-catering accommodation, indoor exercise, closure of hostels, caravans, clarity on where close contact services can operate, and some restrictions on outdoor seating. The second provides for clarity for physical education to take place in education settings and clarity on facilities adjacent to hospitality premises. And finally, the third legislates that post-primary school children must wear a face covering on school transport and on public transport. And I do want to say at this stage, Mr Speaker, and place on the record, what does it say about us that we are legislating for children to wear face coverings, when an MP who has sat in this House and was a minister in the executive once upon a time continues to throw this back in the faces of those children, that believing that he is above such practices, but certainly takes the money from their parents via their taxes to pay for the face masks that he doesn't wear properly. To his colleagues sitting opposite, I implore you to get this knocked on the head, even at this late hour, 8 months in to a worldwide pandemic. Now, Mr Speaker, obviously many changes have been made to the regulations from the one that we are discussing today. We are in a period of lockdown with non-essential retail closed and many other elements of daily life restricted. And I have to say, though, that my experience of the most recent regulations has been as unhelpful as the past ones. What is non-essential? What is homeware? How much of your produce constitutes significant? What about car washes? Are music lessons educational? Are Irish dance classes different?
Sorry, Mr Collin, could you go back to the regulations, the scope of the regulations? You're straying well beyond into the new ones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, but the regulations... Yeah, be made for me.
I'm about to just like some clarification. We've debated a sequence of these regulations for many successive weeks. On each of those weeks, the Chair has permitted, in recognition of the reality that events have moved on, has permitted discussion which brings the matter more up to date. Are you today making a contrary ruling so as to restrict us to regulations, some of which are no longer extant or even relevant?
Well, first of all, let me assure the member that I am fully aware of the rulings around scope and how the speakers or the deputy speakers will conduct the debates. I'm involved in the decision-making of that and make the call on that. So I'm fully aware of the nature of the debate and how the debate should be conducted. Very often, ministers and others have actually widened the scope of the current regulations, and that's why we have been given all the latitude necessary to members to do their best to explore these issues and give robust scrutiny to them. What I'm trying to do here this morning is to remind members, let's try and stick to the scope of the current regulations on the order paper today. That's not a new regulation. The deputy speakers have tried on a number of occasions to try to bring members back to the debate in hand. So we do give latitude, and we will always give latitude to allow members to do their job in terms of exercising full scrutiny and accountability. But at the same token, I think it's reasonable, and all the deputy speakers and myself have frequently and routinely tried to keep people within the scope. So that, I hope, assures a member.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I will of course comply with your ruling, but it does once again show the farcical nature of the debate that we're having, that we must curtail ourselves when the public out there are suffering from the regulations that have been enacted over the last number of weeks. They are suffering They have questions about regulations. They have concerns about regulations, but we can't discuss them in here in a timely manner. I think that's quite sad, because it raises question after question after question. And we are given an email for regulations to seek that information, but sometimes it takes days, if not weeks, before you actually get an answer. The communication by the Executive Office about the restrictions lacks detail, lacks information, and creates more questions than it does answers. The only thing that is certain about the Executive Office's communications of regulations is the eye-watering budget that it has to spend on that communication. And if the businesses impacted, Mr. Speaker, they apply for help and make an application, and for some, that application falls into a big dark hole and they don't see or hear anything for weeks about their application, not knowing if they will or will not get financial assistance so that they can comply with the regulations. People are hurting, and the Executive supplies help, but it appears not everyone is getting that financial help in a timely manner. The Department for Economy and its Minister need to pull up their socks and get their part of the COVID response right. People's livelihoods are depending on it. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I continue to accept the need for these regulations and their amendments, even if they have lapsed. The health and well-being of the public at this time remains my #1 priority. But while I do support the motion before us today, I continue to implore the Health Minister to examine, is there a different way that we can do these? Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to speak for long. All that needs to be said about the regulations we're talking about today has already been said at committee in a very long, interesting session with the departmental officials about the challenges in developing such regulations at speed. And I very much appreciate that what we're discussing today are technical amendments in some ways to give greater clarity. I just wanted to pick up on the point that the chair of the committee raised in greater detail, and that was the need for greater cooperation across the departments. In my constituency in South Belfast, the Department for Infrastructure introduced new parklets, they're called parklets, where people will have seating that they manage, but it's just outside a coffee shop and people are now sitting there using it. So it's not that the businesses are providing the seating, it is that the department is doing so. Now, that was raised with me in the context that other business owners down the road, coffee shops who were allowing takeaways, coffee to take away, felt a wee bit aggrieved, but I thought it spoke to the need for the departments to work together so that anything that's taken forward actually is around trying to achieve compliance around these public health regulations. I also would like to place on record my appreciation for the fact that the face coverings have now been extended to all post-primary pupils. I think that was causing confusion and no doubt difficulties for those who are on the trains to actually decipher who should be wearing them and who shouldn't. But again, this sort of brings us to the wider chaos that's been surrounded in the development of the regulations since. At the committee session, it was pointed out that there was a period of time required between the executive agreeing and announcing new restrictions and the regulations being drafted to put these into effect, and then there's a further period of time while they're ironed out by further amendments such as we've seen today with numbers 11 and 12 that we're nominally debating. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say much more, but I did want to pick up on a point from Jonathan Buckley, who's joined the Health Committee recently. I'm one of those gym goers who try to go every morning but probably only make about 4 or 5. I have to say last Thursday morning there was a sense amongst, and maybe it's just the gym I go to, but there was a strong sense that it was only 2 weeks that we're closing these, that they understand the need in terms of the capacity within our health service, the need to get this right so that we're not having a lot of infections coming up and over the Christmas period. So I do have a great deal of sympathy for those people who run independent gyms, those people who maybe their salaries are affected, but I do think amongst gym goers, sure.
The member's point is very relevant. As another one of those gym goers, albeit it may not show, one of the things that I heard from the trainers, the one-on-one trainers and others that were in the gym that owned it, if they could get the financial help in a timely manner, they'll comply. It's not an issue of closing. They understand what they have to do, but it's about getting the financial help in a timely manner that would help them to be able to do it.
And I think that this strikes to the heart of it, that they want to, they don't want outbreaks in the gyms. They don't want anybody that they're working with to be affected, and they do see the go ahead.
But the many gym users that I had been speaking to, in particular, even actually a correspondence from a nurse, found that the gym setting was the only place that she could take care of her own mental and physical well-being. I can understand where some may come from, but there's many gym users across Northern Ireland and owners.
The member is now stretching.
That it's not financial, it's mental and physical well-being is the concern. Thank you.
Speaker, I think we'll bring that to a close, but I was walking this morning at 7:15 along Lockshore, and I got their head blown off me, so I do understand why it doesn't suit everybody to go out walking early in the morning. But, Mr Speaker, I think that the last point I'd just like to say is that just to urge the public to stick to the current regulations just brought in. I understand the frustration at the situation and at our politics. But there is no other reason for us to introduce such tough measures than the protection of public health and of our health and social care system. And so instead of seeking loopholes, let us understand one thing: the more closely we stick to the regulations, the sooner we can ease them. Thank you.
I call Gary Middleton.
Mr Speaker, like others, I want to pay tribute to our health staff for the tireless work that they've been doing, all of our frontline workers, and indeed my thoughts and prayers are with all of those who are currently affected by the COVID virus. Like others, it does feel a bit repetitive speaking on these issues, given the fact that, as I say, they've already been implemented. Nonetheless, I think it is important that we do say a few words on those. Just to, I suppose, speak to the point made by the Health Minister in his opening remarks around the silo mentalities. And we do need to be mindful that working in silos is not helpful. I've said in this chamber before around the executive and how the executive works is that it is important that when decisions are taken that as uncomfortable as those decisions may be for individual members, including myself, it is important that we do show a united front when we're going out and delivering those messages. But that also applies in terms of the schemes, because I do see members across the chamber who will, of course, be first out, tripping over themselves to welcome initiatives from the likes of the Economy Minister, but then on the other hand, be tripping over themselves to be the first to criticise. So we do need to work on that collective basis and ensure that we can deliver the outcomes that we want to see. I will indeed, yes.
I think the member will appreciate that this is not about anyone tripping over anything. This is about ensuring that those most in need receive the financial intervention in a timely way to ensure that they can make the best decisions in the interest of the public, but also in terms of their own business as well. And that is why we are tripping over things to ensure that they get that necessary financial intervention.
Thank the member for that, and I don't disagree in that what we do. Yeah, go ahead.
The member will note when the last speaker was on his feet, he wasn't tripping over himself to defend Belfast International Airport, where his minister hadn't, up until last week, actually made any intervention in relation to those, but indeed rushed out to get money to City of Derry Airport.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for that. I think the point that we're trying to get to in all of this, we all want the best for our constituents and the businesses. What we don't want to see is the continuing politicisation of a lot of these issues. Just for point scoring and Facebook and Twitter videos and all of that, look, the public can cut through that stuff. I think it is important that we lend support to the ministers who are trying hard, and particularly to the officials who are doing their best to try and support those who need to get the support. In terms of the Amendment 11, obviously it does bring clarity and some welcome clarity to the issues and to the regulations. So I think really that's fairly self-explanatory. In terms of Amendment 12, which relates to the physical education within the education setting, I think that is vitally important. That was rectified, and I do welcome the fact that that was put forward by and pushed forward by the Minister for Education. And we know that physical education goes beyond the physical exercise element and the good health, but it's the mental health impact that has as well in terms of those young people. And I do want to come on, Principal Deputy Speaker, because it is relevant in terms of indoor exercise and it has been mentioned. But I do take issue with the fact that gyms have not been allowed to operate in terms of that indoor exercise piece for adults, because despite what some members are saying, this is not a financial issue for those gym owners. They place the well-being of their customers above the financial incentive that they have for the 2 weeks. And that's a frustration that I have, and I know that the many gym owners that have been on to me have been deeply frustrated and very concerned about the customers that they have, because many of them, the gym owners, are actually assisting them with recovery on various issues. So that's a point that I want I will indeed.
The member for giving way, and I won't labour on the point, but for many of the gym users and gym owners, what they would like to see is a communication, a conversation about, is there a way forward which could potentially allow for gyms reopening in a safe and compliant manner to ensure that physical and mental well-being?
I agree with the member's point. And these regulations, as the Minister stated at the outset, these are cross-cutting issues. They go across various departments, so it's important that all departments have a say. And it goes back to the actual restrictions themselves. We need to ensure that all of the views of all of the ministers are taken on board. We know that the Economy Minister has been fighting hard in terms of the businesses and getting businesses reopened in a safe and timely manner, but that's a cross-cutting issue, and we need all of the executive ministers to be heard in that respect. And in terms of again, bringing it back to the amendment in regards to the face coverings, I think that it is important that clarity has been given, particularly to those post-primary students. I know that many principals welcome that clarity. There were concerns raised at the time around enforcement of that on buses, for example, and on their way, but it seems to be that there's a level of compliance around all of that. Just in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to say that it is important going forward that we try and have a consistent approach. As I say, if we're allowing physical education to happen within schools, which is the right thing to do, we need to allow for that exercise to take place within indoor and safe settings as well. So I would just urge that. And just to remind members as well that obviously going forward over the next number of weeks, it is important that we get out of this endless cycle, and the way we do that is by adhering to the guidelines and ensuring that we all keep each other safe over the next number of weeks. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Pat Sheehan.
I've got a free last Ceann Comhairle, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate. We've been here before, covered a lot of ground, and I suppose I always think it's important to contextualise why these restrictions are needed, and the simple reason is that we need to protect our health and social care system. We can't allow it to be overwhelmed in the face of this pandemic, and years of underinvestment in the health system has meant that we don't have the capacity that we might like to have to deal with the upsurge in the numbers of people who become ill as a result of this pandemic. And it should never be a case that groups of people with one illness are pitted against groups of people with another illness. The fact is there are people ill and they have to be treated. And unfortunately, clinicians have to make ethical decisions on who should be treated first and who shouldn't. But basically, the restrictions are in place to protect life, to try and reduce the rate of transmission, to protect our frontline workers, and to protect society in general. And, I suppose drafting legislation is never easy at the best of times, and it's all the more difficult when all this legislation is coming at us in haste, and we don't have time for the usual scrutiny that would take place. So it's inevitable that sometimes anomalies are going to appear, mistakes are going to be made, and clarification is going to be needed. But some prominent people in society speak out angrily. Sometimes their language isn't maybe as diplomatic as it ought to be. I'd say if we were using similar legislation, we'd be castigated from the high heavens. And some of these people may be brilliant musicians, fantastic chefs, or people who can run great hospitality businesses. But I'd love to see their credentials on public health and dealing with pandemics. So I would ask everyone in society, you know, we have a difficult job. Some people are more concerned about their own narrow interests, but political leaders have to take account of the society in general and the needs of all our citizens, and the need to protect our health service, the need to try and save people's lives and to stop people from becoming ill. So those are issues in the context of the restrictions, and even these restrictions today, that we need to be cognizant of. Well, one of the amendments we're dealing with today is around the issue of masks, and I would say to the Minister, you know, that I have been banging on about masks from as far back as late March and April, about the necessity for them, the evidence that was mounting, particularly in other countries, and the science that was coming to the fore telling us that the wearing of masks does reduce the transmission. And I'm glad to see that we did actually implement the legislation to make it mandatory to wear face masks in certain circumstances. And that's good, but there is an issue, and my colleague raised it earlier, about the cost of face masks. And we know from what we have seen in many other countries that face masks were free to the population. And I think there should be at least some circumstances where the Minister should maybe consider making face masks available free of charge. Another issue that we should all welcome, and I know it has been by a number of speakers so far, is the clarification around physical education in schools. I mean, I think we came in for some ridicule around the issue of PE in schools when the legislation around PE in schools was first mooted, and this clarification was absolutely necessary, and I welcome that. We had a ridiculous situation where fewer students could take part in outdoor physical education than are actually allowed indoors in the classroom. So that was an issue that needed rectified, and thankfully it was. I don't intend Friúlas Ceann to go on for much longer here today. You'll be glad to hear. But there is an issue around compliance and enforcement around these particular restrictions, but also around the restrictions in general. And without wishing to stray off the particular focus of these amendments, I think a good example of the issue of compliance and enforcement, and I put those terms in inverted commas. If anyone saw the Spotlight programme last week on contact tracing, about the contact tracing system in Wales, when contacts were traced by the contact tracers, they were followed up with phone calls, and if they didn't answer the phone when they were in their period of isolation, contact tracers actually called to their house. And essentially, the rationale for calling to the house was to see if the person who was isolating needed support. But I'm sure everyone could easily imagine that there's an element of enforcement there too, because if the person who was supposed to be isolating wasn't there, then that raises further issues. I suppose that's an issue around contact tracing, and the Minister knows my views well on that, so I'll maybe just leave it there rather than drifting further off on the issue. But one final question directed at the Minister. I suppose
the question is, and many people out there need to know the answer to this, when is the executive going to announce what the situation is going to look like post the 11th of December? And could I advise that rather than leaving it to the last minute, all of us ending up on the cliff edge, as we have done this last number of weeks, that an announcement should be made about what the situation is going to look like after the 11th of December. An announcement should be made about that here today. Thank you. I call Mrs. Martina Anderson.
I think that before talking about these amendments and the restrictions, I, like others, want to send my heartfelt sympathy to all those who have died on the island of Ireland and indeed across the world of COVID. And also to the many more, the thousands who have ended up in hospital. And we know that people are struggling with what's called now long COVID. We also know particularly young people who have had it and thought they came through it okay. And now we're hearing that there's maybe a bit of a pattern emerging with some young people ending up with pneumonia and other illnesses as well. And I think it's in that context that we all remember that the 5 parties and the executive have to make difficult, challenging decisions which impact on our daily lives. They all agreed that more interventions were necessary before the end of this month to curb the spread of the coronavirus and to prevent our hospitals becoming overwhelmed. Hospitals like Altnagavin and Derry were already struggling before COVID with awful waiting lists and people left at times on trolleys, being taken home by their families rather than having them lying in wait to be seen. So COVID, without doubt, has made a bad situation worse. And I have to say, the journey to the amendments that are in front of us today, 11, 12 and 3, the journey to these restrictions before us was somewhat unedifying, as we did witness the DUP, the largest party in the executive, using a veto to hinder the majority of the power-sharing executive, who represent an overwhelming majority of the people in the north, from taking forward this decision sooner. People I've talked to in Derry, and I'm sure it must be the same for many members, but they oscillate when they talk to you about these further restrictions coming in. They oscillate between people who are being absolutely fed up 9 months of restrictions after restrictions, think things are moving on, and then they're having to roll back. And to the other end of it, I mean people who just say, I want a total lockdown. Lock us down for 3 or 4 months, try and sort this out, see if we can get back to some kind of near normal. Because they don't want to see any more of their loved ones ending up in hospitals, because thousands and thousands more people have ended up in hospitals. And for many of them, as we said, unfortunately, tragically, in the morgue. The hope... Yep.
Member for giving way. Will the member agree with me that there needs to be a strong, unified message coming from this Assembly and from the Executive as to the importance of these restrictions? Because behind every single number that is a death of a loved one, there are family members, wives, husbands, children, grandchildren, brothers and sisters that are heartbroken by this virus, who have not seen their loved one from they entered hospital until they're carried out.
Thank the member for that intervention, and I'm very conscious, particularly in Strabane, of Mr. and Mrs. Ward, a mother and father, a family left devastated by their parents dying within 12 hours of each other. So, I mean, when we think about that, I think it's a very sobering thought for us all. And how could anyone not come together and have a unified position on these kind of restrictions? And of course, the hope is that the vaccines that have been or that are being clinically trialled, that they will receive the authorisation and become available and safe for us to see being rolled out soon. Now, again, as other members have said, once again we find ourselves in the Assembly talking about regulations that are already in place. And there is no doubt, I think there's not a member of this chamber that is not frustrated about that kind of process, because it's not how we want to do scrutiny. And I think that all goes without saying, but we also recognise that we are in the middle of a global pandemic and things don't move in the way that they should. Yesterday, there were 351 people who tested positive of COVID-19. And unfortunately, some of them are going to end up in hospital beds and in intensive care. And NSMC confirmed, and we all heard this last week, that within a one-week period, 100 people died. So some people have questioned, however, the COVID-19 death rate. And, you know, as I mentioned, Mr. and Mrs. Ward and Shaban and all of the other people who have died within hours of one another, you know, I think that we all should challenge those kind of questions. Yeah, it's good enough for people, and of course they have the right to question that. But the evidence that we're getting before us about the number of people who have tragically lost their lives, that evidence is there for us all to use. We also know from the COVID-19 inequality reports that the infection rate in the 10% most deprived areas have been a fifth higher than the rate in the 10% least deprived areas. And we know from that report that the hospital admission rate of COVID-19 in the 10% most deprived areas was almost double the rate in the 10% least deprived areas.
On that very point, the member will understand that there is a lot of scepticism and indeed anger as to the side effects of lockdown in itself. And I look even at Professor Jack Lambert, the leading infectious disease expert in the Republic, who leads an Irish doctors group which presented a white paper to the government, and it said it is concerning that a single-minded fixation on lockdowns and COVID-19 persists to the exclusion of all other crucial to our public and health well-being. Lockdowns, as we have seen from the analysis, serve nothing other than to punish the most vulnerable in society. So while we have learnt a lot about COVID-19 and its effects and how to treat it, there also must be a move on in relation to how we respond to that, that being that lockdowns aren't always a simple answer. There is significant side effects that this House, and as members, we must take into account.
Of course we must take all of that into account. We all have people in our own family settings who are struggling with lockdown. But poverty is not new. Inequality is not new. Vulnerable people out there in our society, it's not new. We know that we have to have greater interventions. And when we look at the reports, the inequality report, when we see that in the 10% most deprived, so why do we have to tackle regional inequalities? Why do we need an anti-poverty strategy? Why do we need collective agreement to tackle all of that so that people can cope a bit better? There's no one making a decision to try to keep people away from having their civil liberties. I find that quite challenging that we have removed people's civil liberties. But we're doing this because we're in a global pandemic, and of course it is a balance, and we have to try and get it right. So, you know, when we are talking about poverty killing people, we know that those on low income who work in the high exposed facilities, they don't feel, and some of them feel quite offended when they hear some of us say we are all in this together. Because see, if you're a worker on a low wage and living in poverty, but you're a key worker, or if you're a porter in a hospital or a domiciliary care worker, and thus you're more exposed to possibly catching the virus, then you don't feel like we're all in this together. So the chair of the BMA, Dr. Black, has told us that some hospitals, that they are hanging together by a thread. And it's hoped that these amendments, these restrictions that we're dealing with today, that the pressures will be taken off our hospitals, as in Altnagavin Hospital, in Derry and other hospitals across the north, where we know that in that hospital and in other hospitals, there are hundreds and hundreds of staff members off sick or self-isolating, and that's putting further pressure on the health service. So while some of these amendments before us today, Amendment 3 and Amendment 11, are tough, staff in hospitals who have been on the front line for 9 months are demanding that they are supported. And during debates like this, as MLAs, we raise issues that impact that COVID has had and the restrictions had on people's lives and livelihoods, and we've heard some of that here today. You know, in Amendment 11, it clarified that what businesses can and can't open, and as we say, that's already now in place. And I want to add my voice to those who have been calling, and this isn't about singling out a minister, but we need the Economy Minister to get schemes in place for the newly self-employed and sole traders, regardless of what constituency you come from. You must all be being lobbied by people who fit into that category, who want to work, but restrictions like these are preventing them from doing so. So the delays in devising a scheme is unacceptable. And whilst
I thank the member for giving way, and I think she strikes the right tone when she says that we are all getting lobbied in the nature of getting grants out to those that are in much need as quickly as possible. But would she accept that by actions of some within her own party in terms of the misuse of public money, when we've seen COVID grant money go to non-elected and elected officials within Sinn Féin's constituency offices, that meant that significant checks and balances had to be applied, which has meant, sadly, the slowing down of the timing in which we can get grants out?
Well, I'm very conscious of what the Audit Office had said in relation to the schemes and the kind of mistakes that were made. And we know what happened, and we know that the apologies that have been given for those 3 offices, the 3 Sinn Féin offices who received those grants. I don't know what's happened with the other 450 so members who also were people out there who received grants. I'm assuming all of them have been returned by now. But we do know that the Audit Office is saying that it was a very small percentage of risks. And there are thousands and thousands of businesses and people out there who are desperately looking and needing some help. And as we're standing here talking about these restrictions, representatives from Excluded NI, for instance, that campaign, and I could name many, they feel like they're howling at the moon, because almost daily they're calling, and look, this might be uncomfortable for you, but they're calling on Minister Dodds to introduce new schemes for businesses left out, who the Minister herself has said fell through the cracks, and yet they don't see anything coming forward. And, you know, given that the Minister has received substantive funding for such schemes, and we know that the Finance Minister, to implement these amendments that are before us today.
I appreciate, to be fair, the member is responding to a point. I understand that, but I'm afraid that this debate is now veering off away from the regulations. So if we could just try to return to the content of the regulations. Thank you.
Amendment 11 that closed down an awful lot of the hospitality sector and others out there. So, I mean, this is why these people who are desperately trying to get a scheme, because they feel that the protracted delay of getting money into their pockets of these workers and their families, these are the people that are calling for us as we are coming forward with restrictions like Amendment 11 and others, to take account that there are people out there who haven't received a single penny in 9 months. And, you know, I think when we're talking about trying to get support, collective support in this chamber, well, we need support from society, from people outside who are listening to all of us, for Amendments 11, Amendments 12, and indeed for face masks, for Amendment 3. We need to demonstrate competency and ability and show that we can act fast and smart, all within due diligence, and get financial support into the pockets and to the purses of those who need it the most. So I think if any minister is struggling, with trying to do that, then the executive should look about giving that minister a helping hand to see if that can be brought forward. You know, life is challenging enough out there, and so for the 5 parties in the executive to ensure that people get support to live with this deadly virus and with, you know, these terrible restrictions on people's civil liberties and their lives, then we need to make sure that effectiveness and efficiency is the byproduct and the labels that are wore by all ministers. And these restrictions, take Amendment 11. The Committee for Infrastructure this morning had an informal meeting with taxi drivers. And once again, taxi drivers whose work was lost overnight. And just as they thought that they were getting things together, and then comes Amendment 11, and there's further restrictions put in place, that end up then that their customer base is no more. So once again, you know, we're having the closure of bars, the closure of restaurants, the closure of hotels, and that has a knock-on effect on taxi drivers who, like other people who want to work, but these necessary restrictions and the public health message is preventing them from doing so. So even though these restrictions mean that they have no income, they did play their part. And I think many of us know many taxi drivers who, throughout this pandemic, especially when people were shielding, and even now when we're dealing with these closures, as we are in Amendment 11, you know, they've went out and they take people to hospitals, they take workers to hospitals, they take them to care homes. They've done their best. They delivered food parcels. They delivered medicines. And we all know how they are valued. Yet they question and ask us, do we value them at all? Because some drivers did downgrade their insurance. But still, they have a taxi policy. And yet those drivers who are looking now at Amendment 11, look at the restrictions that are in place, and before these amendments were introduced that we're talking about today, Amendment 11, taxi drivers were promised that they would be included in the Department for Economy's COVID restriction business support scheme, but just as these restrictions, just as Amendment 11 was announced, they were told that they were excluded from that scheme too. So they've been excluded from a scheme that's been put in place because of insurance and decisions that they had to make based on, and now they're being excluded from this. So as I say, I think we need to give a call out and let taxi drivers know that whilst Amendment 11 is going to impact on their businesses, because there's nobody on the streets really, because we're asking people to stay at home. So there's nobody in the pubs, there's nobody in the hotels, there's nobody in the restaurants to take to or from the restaurants. Those taxi drivers need support. So generally, even the fed-up people who are frustrated with 2 more weeks of these amendments that are in front of us today, they did listen, and people have listened, to the chair of the BMA, Tom Black, when he says that reopening the hospitality industry would be, and I quote him, an act of careless vandalism. And you know, that's hard for...
I've listened patiently to the member, but the thought that keeps occurring to me is she's lecturing us through the surrogacy of Dr. Tom Black about doing the right thing. Did she ever think of any of that when she was leading the colour party at a funeral attended by thousands of people? Did she ever think of doing the right thing, or is this just for everyone else but not her and her cronies?
Of course, we've all listened to Tom Black and heard what he said. Bobby Story is dead 5 months. And I suppose, like people in this chamber, we would send our thoughts and sympathy to his family. Because, I mean, obviously it's been something that there's been quite an ongoing daily exchange of views in relation to what happened, and Sinn Féin has made it clear that we are aware of the impact that that had on the public health message and apologised for that. So can I say that in relation to Tom Black, who's an eminent doctor, and of course we would listen to him, you know, it was also hard for people in the industry in the hospitality industry, for instance, when they heard about more restrictions and Amendment 11 coming in place, and when they had hoped they were going to open, and then they were told they weren't going to open because they spent thousands putting measures in place, and they opened at the time when they opened in the summer. You know, they were trying their best to keep people safe by putting that. But some in the hospitality sector, when they heard about Amendment 11 coming in and further restrictions, and they weren't going to get opening as they had hoped they would, and many others as well, when Amendment 11 came in, I mean, I'm assuming that other members have heard from people who are questioning why schools are open. But there's no doubt that children in school...
Point of order, Mr. Tim Allister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could you advise the House if the Amendment 11 before us today says any of the things that the contributing member is saying it refers to?
The Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions number 2, Amendment number 11, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020, clarifies the meaning of self-catering accommodation, provides for a person to take part in indoor exercise or sport with a carer or carers, requires the closure of hostels and similar establishments with certain exemptions, provides that an exemption in relation to caravans also relates to motorhomes, provides that hairdressing, make-up and other close contact services may operate in film and television production, and defines certain terms. Number 12 provides for physical education to take place in schools and other educational settings, and provides that tables or other facilities in an area adjacent to hospitality premises are to be treated as part of the premises. Number 3 extends the requirement to wear a face covering to post-primary school children on school transport and on other public transport. It's now been read into the record, and everybody now knows what we should be talking about. Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you. And it's on that vein that I talk about Amendment 12 in terms of children at school, because that has provoked some conversations with people with regards to, and of course, we need to ensure that that children have playtime at breaks and lunch, rather than remaining in one small room for up to 6 hours, and that's where Amendment 12. There's no doubt that children's education is paramount, but the point that I wanted to make here in regards to the playtime and what this amendment actually tells us in terms of Amendment 12, it can be challenging because you have staff's absences are placing huge strains on schools. They're doing that in Derry and across the north. And those staff left in schools trying to cater for, of course, whether it is blended learning or making sure the children get outdoors to get their exercise, and all that Amendment 12 actually deals with, that during the 2 weeks of the restrictions, when other places are closed, staff members, there's an anxiety being fuelled by that, because staff members are feeling somewhat isolated and a bit at risk. Now, that's something that I just think that we need to acknowledge, because when we're talking about mental health, and we're talking about the level of anxiety, then that's not good for staff or pupils either. So if we do, as the Vice Chair has said, of the Health Committee, look, if we do what Amendment 3 is encouraging us all to do, wear face covering, and then coupled with washing our hands and keeping our social distance, businesses maybe, hopefully, will see the opening of their facilities on the 11th of December. But and I would ask and echo the question that Member Pat Sheehan had asked, as to whether you, Minister, the Health Minister, whether you bring forward recommendations to the Executive about further restrictions post 11th of December, because the industry needs to know that now, not on the 10th of December and not at lastminute.com, because we all want to be able to have some form of new normal exchanges with each other as we continue to practice these measures. You know, no one wants these restrictions that we're discussing here today in place. No one wants to catch the virus either. But given the death toll that we've all mentioned and the pressure on the hospitality setting and the real pressures that are on our hospitals, then these extra 2 weeks do offer us the chance of pushing the community transmission as low as possible to allow, hopefully, for a safer Christmas for everyone. I support the amendments. Thank you all.
Thank you. I call Mrs Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the SDLP to acknowledge what are ultimately clarifying amendments that have come to the House today. And I do recognise we are in a global pandemic. We are working a system that is far from perfect or ideal. Decisions are being made at executive level, announcements are being made, and I, like every member in this House, regardless of what party you're in, will be inundated almost instantaneously, either by text message, email, asking what exactly do these regulations mean for me, for my business, for my school, or for the organisation that I represent. And I do appreciate that this piece of work in front of us today is almost the latter end of that process. Today we are looking at the amendments that were required to bring into check the regulations that were quite hastily, in many cases, put down on paper and brought through the House. That said, many amendments that come through in this form are as a result of those phone calls, of those texts, of those messages that we get from people on the ground who are going to be implicated by the announcements that have been made. And therefore I do get frustrated, as I'm sure many do, that when the announcements are made, the clarity is often not there. But also, as a member of this House, I have yet to find the correct, quick, swift way of getting that clarity. It has moved, the goalposts keep moving on the emails that I should be using, the websites I should be visiting, and it's a moving feast. And I really think there is a huge piece of work and a problem that has to be ironed out in how we communicate better from the point where the announcement is made right through the process to this point where we have clarifying amendments in front of the House. And I say that, and I know, and I've heard, and I would like if the Minister could clarify it for me as a member of that executive, that money was set aside for that purpose. Money has been set aside purely for communication. And I yet have to see the outworkings of that. And I would appreciate if the Minister could enlighten me on that. I think today it is an unfortunate, and I speak to the process that brought these amendments to the House. And on this occasion, it happens to be that it's the Department of Economy and the Department of Education who are the foundation departments behind these amendments. And I think as part of that communication tool, it would be helpful, regardless of who the Minister is and the amendment in front, it would be helpful to use this House as the place to really speak directly, not just to members in this House, but to the media and the public who are watching, to give the rationale behind the amendments, to give the voices or the stories that they heard that brought them to this consensus, and to explain it so people understand it. Because, Mr Speaker, what I have noted is, whilst there have been very harsh regulations imposed on almost everybody in some form, when we communicate the logic behind those regulations, people are very understanding, because business people are also mothers and fathers. Nobody is standalone in one little part of their lives. COVID-19 rippled right through every part of our economy, our community, and it touches every house and household and every individual. And I think we are definitely failing in our communications and how we explain the rationale that went behind a lot of the amendments that have been arrived at here today, and indeed the original regulations. But what I will give way, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. I think the member hits on a very key point. A lot of us, as has been rightly pointed out, are inundated with questions from businesses every single day. Should there not, would the member agree, should there not be a helpline established for MLAs to get the information quick and fast in the one place? And also, would the member agree that this isn't rocket science? Communication should be very clear. This is a relatively small region. It has 6 counties, 11 council areas, 18 constituencies. This should be very manageable and very doable very quickly.
I thank the member for his contribution, and I think it is a very clear one, a clear ask, and something like a helpline would certainly help, I think, every member in this House, who will ultimately then spread that information very quickly to those who need to know it. And I appreciate that sometimes the logic or the nuance behind some of these is quite complex. It's not as black and white or as simple to relay, but when we take the time to do that, people do understand it and they do get it. And ultimately, whilst we have this clarifying or these clarifying amendments in front of us, and it does give detail against each of them, and I have to admit, the former member speaking, I did do a revision on whether I was actually looking at the right amendments, because while I would ultimately love to be speaking to the High Street voucher scheme, I see that it has no part in number 11 amendments, nor do the taxi drivers, which is a very, very important cause. But I think I would be swerving far from the amendments in front of me to bring that to the floor, and I won't confuse the matters further. But what I do, and I have to thank the Minister for Health for coming forward with these today, but I'm not sure that it's good practice that he does, to be quite honest, because I do think I would have liked an opportunity to have the Minister behind these in front of us, because we know we missed a lot of the scrutiny. That had to happen. You know, the speed that was required did bring that about. But that said, this was an opportunity to put on public record. I would indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for giving way. I noticed that the Education Minister was today on a Zoom call that he seemed to be pushing out on Twitter. Do you not think it would be more appropriate if the Education Minister took the time to be here to explain to the members what we actually wanted to hear from these regulations?
I take the member's point, and I am not privy to where the Education Minister is today. And I don't say this to get at the Education Minister or the Economy Minister. I genuinely do say it across the House. Wouldn't it be best practice for us to have the thinking and the logic delivered by whoever the Minister is behind as the seed to the amendments required? And I appreciate that it's even at that point. Had the Ministers been here today, I appreciate it that they will be speaking retrospectively. They will be bringing something that has already happened, and that is something that would be difficult to iron out of the system, but I still think their being here would have had great value. So based on that, Mr Speaker, I do recognise the clarifying detail that is in these amendments, and I note them, and I certainly would urge, like others have done, I would urge the public, remember, this is about you. It is about you, your family, your neighbourhoods and your community. So whilst there is no denying credibility has been shaken in this place in some of the people who have to step forward and deliver this, I think ultimately the people of Northern Ireland know better. They know that this is about them standing up for their communities and their loved ones and the people around them. And they ultimately know how thankful we genuinely all are to those healthcare workers who are stepping up day and daily, putting themselves at risk for the safety of others. And I also would like to close my remarks by paying my condolences to all those families who have been affected by the loss of loved ones during COVID-19 to date. Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I was disappointed to learn from the Minister's opening remarks today that 2 ministers in the Executive had declined to accede to his request that one or both of them would lead on the Assembly scrutiny of the amendments that they had specifically requested, and indeed that are in front of us at the moment. I understood that the Executive had pledged to move away from the ministerial silo mentality to take collective decisions and, more importantly, collective responsibility. It didn't work before, and to echo the words of Mr Middleton, it isn't helpful now. Surely, if ever there was a time for such a united and collective approach, it must be in the middle of a second surge of a worldwide deadly pandemic. And that should include this House and not just the Executive. Tomorrow this House will be discussing a private member's motion on the rollout of the COVID vaccine. This enormous and unprecedented exercise will require the full support of the Executive. It will not benefit from any minister going on a solo run to sow seeds of doubt, nor the intervention of elected members from outside this House voicing bizarre opinions. The failure of ministers to take a degree of responsibility for regulations they have called for is at odds with the previous commitment of the First and Deputy First Minister that regulations would be tabled and led in the Assembly by the relevant minister. There also seems to be confusion among some members of this House that all the regulations and the guidance issued during this pandemic have been other than decisions taken by and on behalf of the Executive. It has been very noticeable that some members appear to target the Minister for Health when demanding answers around various elements of regulations. It does seem to me to be a classic case of shooting the messenger, in that Minister Swan is normally the conduit to the Executive of the current medical and scientific advice. The decision whether to accept or ignore this advice lies with the democratic vote within the Executive, or, as recently, rejected by the use of the cross-community vote veto, a decision that may still have negative consequences for the health of the people of Northern Ireland. Turning to the regulations before us at the moment, they have been in operation for a few weeks. They were scrutinised by the Health Committee a few weeks ago, and as such, it is a bit of an academic exercise coming before the House today, but protocol has to be followed and satisfied. Hopefully, as we move into the phase of beginning vaccinating, we must congratulate the scientists who have brought this vaccine forward in such a timely manner. All of us in this House need to commit to supporting the efforts to vaccinating our entire community, and also to support the efforts to restore all other services offered by our NHS. Maybe those who hurl from the ditches will stop trying to outdo each other and sniping at the Minister and his department, and accept the fact that both the DUP and Sinn Féin had two opportunities to take the health portfolio, and that was before we fully understood the implications of the pandemic coming towards us at that time. Tackling growing waiting lists was a major challenge back then. I'm grateful that my colleague Robin Swan had the courage to take up the challenges when others ran away from it. And I think the work that he has done to date has been recognised by the vast majority of the public. We know that other hospital services have been curtailed at the moment. It's a regrettable consequence of this virus, and it's also a stark reality of a price we're having to pay because of this virus. But that reality seems to present difficulties to some members to accept or to understand. And I'm sure the Minister would have no difficulty in his winding up speech today to confirm that no urgent or immediate life-saving medical intervention has been denied to anyone or will be denied to anyone. These regulations, along with others, if they are followed and the rate of COVID transmission is reduced and reflected in hospital admissions, then normal services can be fully restored across all medical disciplines. Now, I've listened today and on Thursday at the Health Committee to Mr Buckley passionately making the case for gyms to reopen, and I'm just wondering, has he taken advice from Professor Gabriel Scally on this issue. I know that he holds the Professor in quite high regard, but actually the Professor, he would be advocating total lockdown. And I think I take the point of Mrs Bradshaw made. It is only for 2 weeks. It's only until the 11th of December, and it will be reviewed. No, I'm just finishing. In the meantime, I and my party fully support these regulations before us today. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all, Minister, put on record my sincere appreciation and thanks to you and your private office for your intervention for help last week in relation to a constituent of mine. It came as a great comfort and support to Frank Tracy and his family. It's with much regret that I must say that Frank lost his battle with this virus in the early hours of Saturday morning, leaving behind his lovely wife, Jude, his daughter, Anita, his 2 sons, Matthew and Darren. I can safely say, Minister, before discussing these regulations, that the journey that I've been through with the Tracy family in the last 10 days has brought this virus home hard. To hear a wife on the other end of a phone cry and plead, a daughter and 2 sons, that they would never see their father again as his condition worsened in Altnagelvin Hospital. The nurses in that hospital on the early hours of Saturday morning held Frank's hand and sung to him to comfort him and calm him in the final minutes of his life. It came as a great comfort, Minister, to Frank's family to know that those nurses went the extra mile to support their father and a husband in the final hours of his life. Frank called me last Tuesday on the way to this assembly, knowing that his battle with the virus was coming to an end. And he had this to say: please get the message out there loud and clear. I have done everything, as have my family, to ensure that we followed the regulations and kept safe. He admitted that he couldn't beat the virus. A man that is very fit and healthy and able, energetic, loved life and loved his family. He asked that people take this seriously, that it could end a life very quickly. And in Frank's case, just over 1 week. I want to put on record the sincerest appreciation to our healthcare staff that have to comfort people in their final hours, that ensure that they're at peace and that they're not alone, which is very, very difficult indeed. And Minister, to thank you, because I know the difficult job that you have and the burden that is on you to try and help and support people throughout this pandemic. The message is simple: wear masks, wash hands, and keep your distance. And I was a personal friend of Frank's, and he was a man who was very much loved in the community of Strabane. This is the 3rd death in the space of just over a week, and the Ward family, as Ms Anderson has rightly mentioned, lost their mother and father. Nothing halts complacency like a sudden and painful death, and that family have suffered incredibly. And that is why these regulations, although they're clarifying measures that are in place, are so important and essential. We all tend to forget that our actions or complacency can have dire consequences for another person or their life. And that is why our society need to hear these stories about the journeys that our families out there are on, and the coldness of the process and the journey. When a person is taken away quite ill into the care of our hospital, the family may not see that person again. That is a very harsh and a very painful reality. They weren't allowed awake and there's no wider family or friends to attend a funeral. I can tell you, Minister, I've been helping people right through this pandemic, and that opened my eyes this week. I've never had a phone call like it. But in Frank's honour and memory, I just thought it was important to put on record today just how important our healthcare staff are, and to offer the condolences of this House to his family, his wife Jude, his daughter Anita, 2 sons Matthew and Darren, and to urge this Assembly to work as strongly together as we can to protect human life. Nobody wants these regulations. Nobody wants businesses closed. But nobody wants to lose a father, a mother, a daughter, a son, or a grandparent either. And that is what's most important. They're irreplaceable. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. McCrossan. Question time begins at 2, and I therefore suggest that the House will take its ease until then for question time to begin. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Dr. Steve Aiken. If members could just take their ease and don't forget to clean the surfaces and stuff if you're leaving the chamber. Thank you. Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call Andrew Muir to ask the first question. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
We are committed to the development and implementation of the rights, language and identity proposals contained in the New Decade New Approach document. The delivery of these priorities will be important in building our shared future based on mutual respect and parity of esteem. While the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly delayed the speed at which we would have liked to see these issues progressed, it has certainly not deterred us from delivering them as quickly as possible. Officials are undertaking the necessary preparatory work to legislate for the core elements of the bills, and we intend to progress the legislation during 2021 and to create the relevant bodies as quickly as possible thereafter.
Andrew Muir, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for the Deputy First Minister for her response. On the 3rd of September, I asked the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, in light of the delays encountered to date, whether they intended to publish revised timescales for the implementation of New Decade, New Approach. It's now the end of November and I still haven't received a response. Can the Deputy First Minister give a commitment that there will be new, clear, firm timescales given for the implementation of rights, language and identity aspects of New Decade, New Approach and all other aspects? Thank you.
Thanks to the member for the question, and I'm sorry I don't understand why you haven't got a response, but I'm happy to give you that commitment that whenever we bring forward the bills, it will be laid out with a very clear time frame for delivery. People will be able to chart its way through the rest of this mandate, but it's my intention that we have to deliver upon the New Decade, New Approach issues, which obviously brought us all back together again and had the restoration of the executives. This is a really important piece of work that needs to be brought to this House in the very imminent future.
Sean Lynch, supplementary.
My good Collia, and I want to thank the Minister for her answers so far. Does the joint ministers agree with me that all New Deal, New Approaches commitments, not just on language and rights, need to be delivered? However, critically, is she concerned that the British Government has failed to implement its commitments on legacy, including a public inquiry into the murder of human rights solicitor Pat Finucane, a decision we await today?
Thanks to the member for his question, and as he knows and everyone in this House knows, NDNA committed all of the parties to work together and to do everything possible to heal wounds and to eliminate the issues that always divide us. Core to the NDNA was that the British Government would within 100 days publish and introduce legislation to implement the Stormont House Agreement and start an intensive process to address legacy issues. Clearly, to date, the British Government has failed to bring forward any meaningful proposals on legacy, and there hasn't been any intensive process. To my mind, the failure to progress the commitments made demonstrates shocking levels of bad faith, particularly whenever these commitments have been outstanding from the Stormont House Agreement back in December 2014. I have today spoken with the Finucane family, who will this afternoon receive next steps from the British Government. And it's their view, and it's certainly a view that I share, that all state agencies must be accountable to the law. It's my clear view that the British Government has no alternative but to direct a public inquiry into the murder of human rights lawyer Patrick Finucane. I believe it's in the public interest also to do so. The failure to honour political commitments and uphold legal obligations in respect of legacy matters will have far-reaching implications affecting victims and public confidence in the rule of law and the administration of justice. If we're going to continue to build the peace that we all must work very hard for every day, however difficult and challenging, to collectively heal all the wounds of the past, then we must continue to do that together.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, you will know that the Ulster Unionist Party are against this aspect of the New Decade, New Approach deal, given that the language and culture has already been catered for as part of the Belfast Agreement. But, Minister, can you outline the overall cost of implementing this section of the agreement?
Well, I am aware that the Ulster Unionist Party are against bringing forward legislation that delivers party of esteem for those who have an Irish national identity, and I think that's regrettable, and I would ask you to reconsider that position. No one has anything to fear from legislating for the language. No one has anything to fear from allowing children who are educated through the medium of Irish live their life through Irish. So I would just again ask the Ulster Unionist Party to rethink your position and perhaps join everybody else who's trying to deliver this legislation, because I believe it's in society's wider interest. In terms of the costs, whenever we bring forward the proposal and the time frame for the delivery of the legislation, we'll also bring forward costs around all the different elements, including the different Office of Identity, for example, and what that looks like. I'm very happy to provide that to the member.
Call Pat McGlone.
Could I ask the Minister, please, if in fact the legislation governing languages and particularly the role of commissioners for languages will be clearly defined within that legislation?
So the member will be aware that the legislation has been published as part of New Decade, New Approach, so he'll be aware of what is legislated for. There are obviously provisions within that bill around the Office of Identity, and there will have to be more meat put on the bones around that. So very happy to, again, I hope to be in a position very soon to be able to bring forward the legislation and have a fulsome conversation around shape and all of that.
Moving on, I call George Robinson.
Mr. Speaker.
The protocol commits to avoiding the need for any customs and regulatory checks or controls and related physical infrastructure north-south. As such, there is no change in the position of the Irish Government. The recent statement from Minister Simon Coveney clarifies that this will also remain the case, even if the controversial notwithstanding clauses in the Internal Market Bill are reinstated when it returns to the House of Commons, and I welcome that clarification.
George Robinson, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the Deputy First Minister agree that the more cooperative tone compared to previously from the Republic's Minister for Foreign Affairs is welcome, particularly for Northern Ireland businesses?
Well, I think we have to continue to work together. It's in everybody's interest that we work together north-south and indeed east-west whenever it comes to the taxing issue of Brexit. I think that the clarification, as I said, was welcome from Minister Coveney.
Alistair.
The Deputy First Minister feel about the guarded border that's been provided by the Republic of Ireland in respect of COVID, and doesn't it illustrate the full anger and farce of opposition to as much as an extra camera on the border when it came to Brexit, both by Dublin and politicians like herself? Or is she so wedded to an ideology that she doesn't care if restrictions on imports into Northern Ireland cripples the Northern Ireland economy? Or in fact, is that what she's looking for?
Well, can I say, just in relation to remind the member, that it's the majority view of this House that actually reject Brexit. The majority of the parties, the majority of the MLAs elected to this chamber reject Brexit. It's something that's been foisted upon us against our wishes. We set ourselves a task at the very start of the Brexit debacle to try and afford ourselves some protections, and that was achieved in the form of the protocol and the withdrawal agreement. And then within that, albeit far from perfect, it at least provides us with some guarantees and some assurances, particularly in relation to no return to a hard border, particularly in relation to protection of the all-island economy. And whilst there isn't a meeting of minds on the issue of Brexit within the Executive, there is a joined-up approach insofar as minimising disruption, minimising costs being pushed on to the consumer, and we've worked very hard to make sure that that has been right at the front and centre of all of this debate. So I can say very clearly to the member that I've worked very hard to protect the interests of the people who live here. I've worked very hard and actually looked towards Dublin to afford some protections actually to the people on this jurisdiction, and I think we need to continue to do that.
Just picking up on the issue of borders and border checks, does the Joint First Minister share my concern about the uncertainty facing cross-border workers in the context of Brexit?
Yes, I certainly can say that I do, and I think the figure is 30,000 estimated cross-border workers in Ireland, very many of whom cross the border back and forth every day. It's just part of their daily routine. So I think the loss of protections at the end of the transition period in just over 1 month's time, I mean, that's fast coming towards us. That's going to have a huge, significant impact in terms of people's everyday lives. I'm concerned at the flaws and the shortcomings in the British Government's frontier workers regulations, and I note that several trade unions, the Committee on the Administration of Justice, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies and the various migrant welfare associations have all recently raised these concerns also with the British Government. As the Brexit negotiations enter the endgame, I think it's not an acceptable nor a tenable position that cross-border workers are still in a limbo at this stage of discussions. So any frontier schemes must be accessible for and cognizant of the fact that we have special needs of the special needs of cross-border workers here in Ireland, and the British Government must fulfil their legal obligations as contained in both the Good Friday Agreement and the EU Withdrawal Agreement.
Call John Blair.
Speaker, can the Deputy First Minister confirm that all departments have been working collectively to ensure that they are ready for the post-transition period and ready also to deal with all possible outcomes of the negotiations?
Yeah, I can say that there has been a cross-departmental group set up, and it's looked at what are the areas of concern, what are the things that we need to address. There's certainly been 6 high-level impact risks that have been identified, and that's around food supply, around highly regulated goods such as medicines, business preparedness, data flows, SBS checks and transport. So they're the 6 sort of high-level risks that are identified and things that need to be addressed. So on a cross-departmental basis, everyone's working together to try to address those things. And I can assure you there's a long list that even comes beyond those 6 things that also need to be resolved. So significant challenges and significant preparation is underway. And as we come towards this sort of crunch period, which we've been told it's crunch for a number of weeks now, but I think we are in the realms now of endgame of where Brexit's going to land. These are big challenges for us as an executive and assembly, and we're going to have to embrace them and take them on.
Mr. Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contents of the Internal Market Bill represents a backstop to the backstop. To use a phrase, given the reaction that there has been to the content of the Internal Market Bill, doesn't it expose just how false the claim that best endeavours would be used has proven to be? And by what tortuous logic does a Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland say a proposal that cuts Northern Ireland business off from its largest market represents a good outcome for us?
Well, the member will know my views on the Internal Market Bill, and they're very clear. This is the British Government trying to rewrite a deal which they had previously made, reneging on a commitment which they have made with the EU, and to try and then to legislate, to breach international law. I don't think that bodes well for anybody looking for a future trade relationship. So when it comes to the interests of business here, there won't be very many opportunities if the British Government continually breaches its own obligations that it signed up to itself.
Moving on, I call Sinéad McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3, please.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that question number 12 is being withdrawn, so with your permission I'm going to answer questions 3 and 14 together. The Executive's response to and recovery from COVID-19 continues to be focused on the health and well-being of our citizens, our economic well-being and revitalising the economy, and our societal and community well-being. A very large number of public health evidence is considered, much of which is publicly available. Papers from SAGE are published on a publicly available data repository, and reports of independent SAGE and also original scientific publications are also considered along with other evidence. The Executive is also placing a particular emphasis on people and on families, and we know how important this is to everyone. Any decisions on the Executive's next steps, therefore, will be informed by the impact they may have on us as individuals, on families and on the wider communities within which we all live. Going forward, we are committed to ensuring that support packages meet the needs of those who need our help. Looking into 2021, the Executive has approved a recovery framework which is aimed at progressing a cohesive approach across the whole of government that will deliver an economic, health and societal recovery, which is citizens at its core. This work will also complement the longer-term programme for government, which is currently being developed and which we are aiming to have in place by April 2021. The junior ministers currently lead a strategic enforcement group comprising local government and PSNI representation, as well as TEO, justice, economy and communities officials. We're also looking at additional ways in which we can encourage all citizens and sectors to adhere with regulations and public health advice.
Sinéad McLaughlin, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. We're 10 months into this pandemic, Minister. Can you give a guarantee that following this current lockdown, that we will get a very clear recovery plan? Because the Republic of Ireland has one, England has one, Scotland has one, and the people of Northern Ireland deserve one. Yeah,
as I set out in my original answer, we are very much looking towards recovery. We are still in the midst of the pandemic also, and we have to work our way through this latest phase that we're in. We're hopeful that the measures that have been brought in will bring us to the other side of Christmas, and we're really, really hopeful for that. And I think most people have noted over the course of the last number of days the figures are going in the right direction in terms of positive cases, and that's something to be very much welcomed. But we have to look towards recovery, and we have, as you know, now appointed an interim head of the civil service, which will really help us in our endeavours in terms of recovery. And we certainly want the new interim head of the civil service, Jenny Piper, to be very much focused on the issues of COVID, of Brexit and of recovery. And those are the 3 things that are, I suppose, top of the in-tray for herself coming in and working with ourselves, because we have to work our way out of this. I think that the Treasury's announcement last week was disappointing in terms of our ability to invest in recovery, but certainly the Executive is very much focused on this and will be right into the new year, and we're going to have to pick up an awful lot of broken pieces, because that's the reality. Everything is in terms of economically, a lot of sectors are in in tatters, and they need the executive support.
Minister, as you know, our priority must be to find new ways to minimise the impact of the pandemic, save lives, reduce the spread of the virus and protect the capacity of our health service. Is the Joint First Minister optimistic about the potential of a mass vaccination and testing programme?
Thanks to the member for that question, and I can concur that certainly over the weekend, any question, or most question I get asked over the weekend was about the vaccine, because everybody's looking for some hope and they're looking for a way out of the COVID pandemic. So on Thursday past, we had a very good presentation at the Executive. We had the head of the Department of Health's COVID-19 vaccine programme present to us, and it was really heartening and very, very hopeful. Colleagues, the plans are now at an advanced stage for the rollout of the vaccine. And I hope that some of the most vulnerable will be the first to receive the vaccine. So it's going to be laid out in 5 different waves, and the first are phases. And the first phase includes our healthcare staff, our residents in care homes, and those over 80. And then we'll move from that into early 2021, where we're going to have those who are over 65 and vulnerable people under 65 going to receive the vaccine. And then further to that, in spring 2021, those over 50 who have not yet been vaccinated should also receive the vaccine. And then by summer of 2021, we hope to see that mass vaccination rolled out to the general public. So that's a very hopeful position for us to be in. And I think that alongside that work, what's necessary work is the rollout of mass testing. And that's going to be a really important part of our management of COVID, whilst we get to the point where we have that widespread vaccine in place. So we have no doubt that the rollout of both these programmes is going to be very challenging. It presents us with a huge logistical challenge, but core to our approach to all of this has been what we announced last week, which is the establishment of a task force to take forward this essential piece of work. So there's no doubt in I think all of our minds that the delivery of a mass testing programme and the delivery of the vaccine is transformative in our battle against COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your detailed answers. But I wonder if you could expand slightly and let us know what role the Departments of Economy and Communities will have in any recovery plan / framework.
Well, I think any recovery plan or any plans for going into the future is going to involve every single executive department, because everybody's going to have a part to play in all of that. We have done some work on this over the past number of months, and I think that when it comes to the role of the economy department, whether that's supporting businesses, whether that's investing in businesses, whether it's communities, which is about supporting people and individuals, and the third sector, the community and voluntary sector, everybody who has a part to play in society. So our aim is to deliver a balanced and proportionate response. So dealing with the here and now, dealing with what we have to, economically, supporting people financially. But recovery for us is not about getting us back just to where we were before. It's about how can we do things maybe better? Can we have a societal reforms that actually helps us to deliver things better? So I think it's about a combination of whether it's supporting individuals, supporting workers, supporting businesses, and then that wider sort of societal approach. So it's not just for the executive to deliver that, I think is the other thing to say. And we're going to be very much looking towards wider societal input, because we won't be able to do this together because we're recovering from such a massive shock. COVID and Brexit together, doubled under, that's hugely shakes the foundations of just life as we know it. So I think that we have a big job of work to do ahead of us in terms of the recovery piece.
Gordon Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, and can the Deputy First Minister elaborate on the need to support those businesses, for example, in the high street, in the tourism sector, hotels, in the hospitality sector also, that are hardest hit and really are in need of support through recovery?
I don't know what's going on there with that noise, but I'll carry on. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, some of the financial package that we were able to announce last week from the Executive, I think, is hugely significant, and things that we're trying to do, we're trying to reach people that perhaps haven't had funding previously. We're very conscious of the fact that the tourism sector has been completely decimated. Tourism and COVID just don't go hand in hand. So we know we need to support people to be able to stay, just to stay still until we can come out the other side of this, when they can start to operate again. So a number of the things that we brought forward last week, we hope will go somewhat to supporting people right now. Everything from you know, the rates holiday, the voucher scheme that's going to get our high street running again, the support that we announced for tourism and hospitality schemes, bed and breakfasts, additional support for pubs. And I think all those things are really, really important to try and just keep people afloat till we get to the other side of this.
I call Emma Rogan.
Question 4.
Over recent weeks, negotiations have intensified with the aim of securing an agreement. Discussions on the future relationship have continued since then. We welcome this commitment to continue discussions, however we recognise that these talks could still result in a non-negotiated outcome. We are therefore continuing our operational readiness planning to include this possibility. The key challenge for departments in this planning process is the urgent clarity which is needed to implement both the protocol and any agreed deal with the EU. Our officials have undertaken bilateral meetings with officials from other departments in order to scrutinise readiness issues and identify possible mitigations, including where interventions would be required from the British Government, and assurances around continuity agreements or bilateral agreements.
Supplementary, Emma Rogan.
Ministers will be aware that the lack of clarity and preparedness in relation to the implementation of the protocol will have a real impact in economic terms. Can the Joint First Minister set out the primary issues of concern at this minute?
Yeah, thanks again for the question. I think that I said earlier in answer to a question that this is a crunch week, and it appears that we are ebbing closer to an outcome. We've been told, as I said, for some time now that it was going to be crunch week, but it's clear that time is running out, and I think that it appears that things are edging closer, or at least the issues are narrowed down in terms of reaching an agreement. But there's no doubt that we have, and all departments are facing significant challenges in undertaking all the readiness planning, including the lack of clarity around the various issues in relation to the protocol that will have wider implications on operational readiness. As a result, the EU Future Relations programme has been refocused on readiness activities, and the Executive has agreed to focus on those 6 high-priority, high-impact risks identified by the departments. That's food supply, flow of highly regulated goods, business preparedness, data flows, SBS checks and transport. And to ensure that they are considered concurrently, this plan is also being taken forward in parallel with the COVID-19 response and recovery. And we have a hub structure in place, and it exists to respond to both COVID and EU exit should it be required. So all of that, I think, speaks to the need for immediate clarity and certainty, and for the British Government to fulfil their legal obligations as contained in both the Good Friday Agreement and the EU Withdrawal Agreement.
Call Roy Beggs.
Brexit and the Northern Ireland Protocol are slowly becoming apparent to Northern Ireland consumers and businesses. Many retailers are already indicating that checks on food products will add to costs and delays, and that some products will not even be placed on shelves from the 1st of January. So my question is, has the Deputy First Minister, along with the First Minister, vigorously lobbied the EU to minimise delays on our goods moving to GB, and to minimise the bureaucracy, the costs, the delays and the inconvenience to Northern Ireland consumers?
I can say to the member, I think we spoke about it in this House before, that yes, we have. We've raised it at every opportunity. We don't have a meeting in mind on the issue of Brexit, but we do have a meeting in mind in terms of trying to limit disruption to our local businesses, to make sure the costs aren't passed on to consumers. We've heard at length over the course of recent weeks this issue of food supply in particular, and I've said that that's one of the high-risk areas which we have identified, and we will continue to raise that issue until we have clarity on all of these things. It's about time the businesses here had this clarity. We've been calling for it for a considerable period of time.
Well, Colin McGrath.
Mr Speaker, the Deputy First Minister will be aware that today begins the last of 3 weeks before the Christmas recess. Do you have any indication of the legislative timetable that's going to be required to deliver the Brexit legislation that is required before the 31st of December? And as we've nothing planned for this week, how are we going to fit this into the 2 weeks that are left?
I think the member sets out the challenge. That is the challenge, and I think that as departments work their way through on a cross-departmental way, all the preparedness, all the work that's being done, there's no doubt that there's going to be legislative burden on us, even if it's not before the end of the year, but certainly it's going to carry out the rest of the mandate. We're going to be bringing forward legislation, because I think there will be things that will come in the aftermath as well. So we have set out the legislative programme, but in terms of once we have clarity, I think, and hopefully we get that clarity one way or the other this week. If that comes forward, then at least we're able to set out very clearly, well, this is what the legislation looks like, and then get a timetable for delivery of it.
Joanne Bunting.
The Deputy First Minister has made mention of the importance of relationships at this time and the crucial period that we're in. So in light of that, does she concur that recent tweets from Sinn Féin TDs with regard to a terrorist campaign have been immensely hurtful and damaging to relationships here at home?
Can Corlia, the question is in relation to Brexit, so I'm quite sure the member might take an opportunity to turn topicals, but this question is in relation to Brexit.
Call Trevor Clark.
Question number 5.
Payment of compensation to victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse began in May of this year, and as of the 19th of November, redress panels had made 219 determinations, totalling £5.9 million. A total of £4.3 million has been paid out, and while redress can never fully right the wrongs of the past, it is an acknowledgement by the Executive of the harm done, harm that must never ever happen again. Contributions from those institutions found responsible for systemic failing by the Hart Inquiry would defray some of those costs of compensation. This is a key Hart recommendation. Officials have engaged in a further round of contact with the institutions to affirm the Executive's intentions. In order to proceed, we are seeking a roundtable meeting with the relevant institutions to emphasise the seriousness of the negotiations, the urgency of making progress, and to agree fundamental principles which would govern the negotiations.
Trevor Clark, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose the latter part of the answer answers the question in the sense that actually no discussions have taken place yet. And I think the importance for certainly many of the people in this House is that the institutions of those who were responsible for the hurt to these people are brought to the financial burden should be laid upon them. So I suppose I'm urging you, Minister, to update the House in relation to what your commitments are actually to make sure that those institutions actually pay for the damage that they've done to those individuals that they were supposed to be in their care of.
Just to say, I can't call you, there's no question of that at all. I'm actually quite frustrated that we haven't had a further meeting, but there has been official level meetings. But I can assure the member that I've raised the issue with officials that we need to have this meeting now, because we need to be able to progress this issue now.
Colin McNesbitt.
Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister. Given we know the institutions which will be liable to contribute to redress, would you consider asking them to make substantial deposits immediately, deposits which could be refunded if they pay excessively? And this would be a scheme which would take a lot of the pressure off the public purse.
As I said, I think that they have a role to play, and they have to be able to financially contribute. So I will take what you've said on board, and I'll speak with officials in relation to it and see if that's something that is possible. And if it helps stop any further delays, then I'm more than open to looking at anything like that.
Sinéad Ennis.
Can I ask the Joint First Minister if she can provide an update on the timeline for delivery of the new HIS support services?
Well, I'm actually delighted to say that tomorrow actually we'll be launching the service, and it's going to build on what's already been achieved for HIA victims and survivors, and on the interim service for counselling and emotional support that was established in early summer. So I think this is certainly another milestone in the implementation of the Hart report.
That ends the period for a list of questions, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for the answers to the questions so far. Can the Deputy First Minister provide details of the rollout of the COVID vaccine, and can she give a reassurance that those living in rural areas will have access to the vaccine, particularly those who have no access to cars or public transport?
Yes, well, as I set out during question time, the vaccine programme I think certainly offers us the best hope in our fight back against this pandemic, and great strides have been made forward. There's going to be a rollout plan of 5 different phases, with the first phase being nursing homes, nursing care home staff and those over 80. Those are the deemed most vulnerable category, and then it moves on into over 65s and under 65s with vulnerable who are vulnerable, obviously. So I think that the rollout of that, I think this is very positive news. Now, it's not, I wouldn't want anybody to get carried away because it's going to take us to maybe next summer before we have it fully implemented. So we need to still be vigilant and still follow the public health advice. But certainly, this is a really, really brilliant step forward, and great strides have been made. And I commend all those for getting us to this point. We're going to have a range of vaccinations, access, I think, to 7 different vaccinations. We'll receive our Barnett consequential of all of that, but I think that mass vaccination society offers us the best protection against COVID and the best hope about moving beyond COVID as well.
Daniel McCross, supplementary.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for the answer to the question, and it is a very positive step forward, very reassuring that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully that 2021 will be a much better year for our society than the one that we have all endured this year. Can the Minister outline if councils are going to have a particular role in administering of this vaccine and to ensure its rollout is done swiftly and quickly? And does the Minister foresee that the Army will be required in order to get the vaccine out?
So, last week, both myself and the First Minister announced a task force, and the task force is actually about bringing together all different departments and how they can play their role in making sure that we deliver both mass testing and vaccine right across our communities. And we have excellent infrastructure here in order to be able to deliver this programme, both these programmes. So we want to bring together, councils certainly would have a role to play. I think that we have so many community facilities required. Councils have played their role, actually. I think I would say that, as have communities the whole way through this pandemic. So it's going to take cross-departmental work. It's going to take a huge lift on behalf of everybody, but that's why we've announced the task force actually to do this very piece of work.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Deputy First Minister a very topical question? What was the Deputy First Minister's reaction to the comments of your Sinn Féin colleague, Representative Brian Stanley, regarding the horrific Narrow-Water atrocity?
Brian Stanley deleted his tweet, which was inappropriate, insensitive, and he has apologised, and I accept that. I think we all have a responsibility in this decade of centenaries to remember and commemorate the past in a respectful manner. And I think there's an onus on all of us in positions of political leadership to do our utmost to move this society on and to avoid refighting old battles of the past or conduct our politics in a way that is respectful and which threatens no one. I think during this decade of centenaries, we're marking key seminal events which have clearly shaped the direction of Ireland and the relationship between Ireland and Britain over the past 100 years. We must set out our analysis, experience and narrative of the past 100 years in a way that's honest, but also in a way that doesn't deepen division. As an Irish Republican, I will contribute constructively by setting out with confidence our inclusive, positive vision for the future, where our mission is to bring all the people of this island together, not to keep us apart.
Supplementary, George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Deputy First Minister, given previous incidents such as your Sinn Féin Barry McElduff gesture about Kingsmill, what action would she take if a member of her Assembly team was to make insulting remarks similar to those of Mr. Stanley?
As I said, I think all of us in political leadership have an onus to do our utmost to move society forward and to make sure that we avoid refighting battles of the past. I encourage all of us in this chamber as political leaders to do so.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has obviously been a challenging year for children in Northern Ireland, and many, including 2 little people in my house, are really looking forward to the hope and gifts of Christmas. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, on behalf of younger and some older constituents, to confirm that the executive guidelines will allow Santa Claus, insofar as possible, to deliver some presents to children this Christmas?
Well, I think that's an excellent question, and I'm quite sure that well, I think it's an excellent question, and I'm quite sure all the little boys and girls out there are really wanting to know the answer to that. So I can confirm that the elves have confirmed to the executive that Santa is getting ready, that Dancer, Prancer and Rudolph are ready to go, that the presents are packed, and that Santa will be here. But they've also said that all the boys and girls need to be very, very good, because 25 more sleeps and then Santa's going to be here.
Chris Little, follow that one.
Thank you, you, Mr. Speaker. I've tried my best this year. Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her confirmation that Santa Claus will be allowed to work in Northern Ireland this Christmas, and indeed wish all children a really happy end of term and Christmas this year. Can I also ask the Deputy First Minister to ensure that the Executive work together as best as possible to make 2021 a better year for all children in Northern Ireland?
And I'll check a Hansard and see if I can give you a reference. Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Deputy First Minister and my colleague.
Sorry, Ms Armstrong, sorry, I neglected to let the Deputy First Minister respond if she wished to.
Just to concur, I mean, absolutely, this year has just been a desperate year all round on many fronts for many people, and I think we all acknowledge readily that so many people are struggling right now as a result of everything that's happened this year. So let's all hope next year's a better year, and let's all work together to make that the case.
Now I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Deputy First Minister. Just speaking about presents, I received one at the weekend. I received an image of a flag that's being designed to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Northern Ireland. It concerned me slightly because it does look as an image that is very one-sided. So I'd like to ask the Deputy First Minister if she can confirm when the flag's Identity, Culture and Tradition report will be published or brought to the Executive for discussion.
Yes, as the member knows, that we received the report back on the 17th of July, and it covers quite a wide range of complex and challenging issues which have remained unresolved and impacted on our society for many years. Junior ministers met with the former joint chairs of the Commission to discuss the report, and we're currently considering the final report, and we will decide on the appropriate next steps, including a decision on the publication of the Commission's report in due course.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you very much. As I've mentioned, next year brings forward a 100th anniversary celebration, centenary, however people want to recognise that. Given the fact that Northern Ireland has come on so far in the last couple of decades, can the Deputy First Minister confirm that any considerations moving forward into next year will represent all of the citizens that live in this place, including those of us who designate as both and other, to ensure that if there is any production of flags or memorabilia or anything, that it actually is inclusive?
Yeah, can I say, and I'm on the public record of having said this, I mean, this decade of centenaries opens up, I suppose, the debate around all the sentinel sort of seminal events that have shaped the direction of Ireland and indeed of Britain and the relationship between the two islands. And I think that 2021 for me should be inclusive. It should be about how we include everybody in the conversation around the continued transformation of this society, how we can make things better. For me, certainly it presents an opportunity. Whilst I certainly will never say there's anything to celebrate from partition, I think it's failed everybody across this island. But I don't want 2021 to be defined by rancour or division. I certainly want it to be about a forward-looking conversation. I want it to be about the future, and I want it to be about how can we do that together and make things better together.
We'll call the next member to advise that questions 7 and 9 are both withdrawn. William Irwin.
Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, does she accept the frustration of smaller retailers such as toy shops when they see large supermarkets selling the same products as they are prevented from selling?
Yeah, I certainly can, and I think this is just such a frustrating time for many people, and there's many contradictions and anomalies in the regulations, so I do share the concern. We tried to mitigate somewhat against that by allowing click and collect to allow people some opportunity to be able to sell. But I fully accept the challenge that there are for the business community right now.
William Irwin, supplementary.
Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for a response? Can the Deputy First Minister confirm that such businesses that have to close will receive support through the Department of Finance scheme in a timely manner?
Yes, and we're obviously there are a number of schemes that are paying out grant aid at the moment, and it's really, really vitally important that whilst we're asking people to close their doors, that they're financially supported. So we hope that continued progress is being made on both schemes across Department of Finance and Department of Economy, and we need to get that money into people's pockets now. And I can assure you that those people that are impacted by this recent wave of restrictions are also going to be included in the financial support package.
Paul Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, or Mr Speaker. As the Minister has already stated in the House that all state agencies must be accountable to the law, as one of those state agents, as a Minister of the Crown, could the Deputy First Minister outline to this House what contacts he has had with the PSNI in relation to the Bobby Storey funeral? And will she give an accurate account of that contact, unlike when she appeared before the Executive Committee of this House on the 1st of July, when she was asked, and she accurately stated, Republicans would have come in even larger numbers from across this island and further afield to the funeral yesterday, had that been possible. We actively discouraged people. We now know that is not the case.
Well, can I say that I have came before this House and before the committee on many occasions, and I think amply dealt with the issue in terms of the funeral and the PSNI inquiry. I have cooperated from the very outset and will be available to the PSNI whenever they set a date for a discussion.
Story, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Deputy Minister accept that it is hugely frustrating for the public to see this fiasco being played out for the last number of months, when at the weekend in North Down we had people put off the beach for going for a swim, but yet you and your colleagues, some others in this House, attended a funeral in breach of the regulations, and months later we are still playing out this pantomime in terms of giving the right, accurate account to the law?
I think my position is very clear, Ceann Corley. I've stated very clearly that I'm more than happy to speak to the PSNI whenever something is arranged. And in terms of the weekend and people being asked to leave the beach, they're being asked to leave for a reason. The reason is that COVID is rife and we need to try and get on top of it.
Well, Melissa McHugh.
Ceann Corley, as Christmas fast approach, what advice does the Joint Minister have for families?
Well, it is such an important time, and I'm grateful for the question earlier, just from Chris Little. I just think it's important that we give people some hope. So I'm glad that last week we were able to make some announcements around the fact that the Executive has agreed that up to 3 households will be able to form an exclusive bubble for 5 days between 23rd and 27th of December. For us, that's a balance. We know that there's also an ongoing risk that comes with that. And any relaxation, as I said, does come with that increased risk. Our health service is still under huge pressure, as we know, and that's going to be the case into the new year. So even at Christmas, we're asking people just to be sensible and to please prevent the virus from spreading, so be as safe as possible if you do get together. We also know that some people won't take advantage of the relaxations, but it's for everybody to make up their own mind in terms of their own personal circumstances and decide what's right for them and what's right for their family. So I suppose our message is that we are allowing some flexibility, but please think of the health service and please think about the implications for what might come in January if we let our guard down too much.
Melissa McHugh, supplementary.
And it's probably very appropriate for me just at the present time, as my mother is in a care home and was just recently diagnosed with COVID. So I thank you for your answer, Joint First Minister, but can you confirm if decisions have been made around care homes and students regarding Christmas arrangements?
Thanks to the member, and can I wish your mother the very best and hope that she comes through her COVID experience. In terms of nursing homes and students, we actually looked last week at the Executive at a whole range of Q&A basically that we can put into the public domain that helps people understand and make their own plans for Christmas. One of the areas that was missing last week, which the Health Minister has told us he'll bring a proposal on this week, is the issue of nursing homes. So what does visiting look like for nursing homes in the Christmas period? So we hope to be able to have that information this week, and then we'll be able to collate that information and then put it into the public domain. And also the issue of students needs to be clarified again. We know that the universities are doing great work around testing to allow students to come home. But again, I think we should put that out there in black and white for people to be able to see exactly in one source that this is what the current circumstance is.
And time is up, members, and please take your ease for a moment or two. Okay, members, we will now move on to questions to the Minister of Health. And I call Declan McAleer to ask the first question. Mr McAleer.
Question number 1.
And I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The Health and Social Care Board, through the Primary Care Infrastructure Development Programme, is taking forward planned investment in primary care premises across Northern Ireland, and that will be based on a hub-and-spoke model. Carrickmore Health Centre is a spoke of the OMA hub, and it is recognised that due to the growing size of the GP practice, it is now operating in space which is well below its capacity requirements. It has therefore been identified as a priority for capital investment. However, due to many competing priorities across Northern Ireland, it is likely that new provision in Carrickmore will be a longer-term priority unless significant new capital funding can be provided. In 2019, the Western Health and Social Care carried out works to convert 2 old dental rooms to provide additional GP practice space within the Carrickmore Health Centre to meet the urgent and immediate needs of the practice. A requirement for funding to commence new health centre provision in Carrickmore was identified by my department as part of a recent Department of Finance-led 4-year capital budget information gathering exercise. However, since that exercise, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's November spending review now covers 2021-22 year only, and therefore my ability to take this project forward is subject to the confirmation of future budget allocations. However, once a capital budget is available, the Health and Social Care Board will work with the Western Health and Social Care Trust to take forward the preparation of the business case to identify the preferred option.
Declan McAleer, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. And I should declare an interest being a registered patient at the Carrickmore Health Centre. I'm glad that the Minister had noted that this is has identified this as a priority for capital investment, albeit in the longer term. Does the Minister recognise that, given the fact that we have an ageing population and that the Carrickmore Health Centre serves a very large dispersed rural population, which has huge implications for isolation and indeed ambulance response times, and the fact that we're amongst the farthest away from any acute services, that this particular health area should be prioritised for investment?
I think, as I already covered in my initial statement, or the initial answer to the question that the member raised, I do. But as I said, in regards to the recent funding allocation, which is only for 1 year, it does put pressure on that. But I will say that a number of hubs for the Tyrone and Fermanagh area are envisaged within the strategic implementation plan, and that includes Omagh, Enniskillen, Lisnaskea, Dungannon, Strabane and Cookstown. And the hubs within Omagh and Enniskillen are now operational. The business case even for the hub in Lisnaskea is currently under review and will be followed by a business case for the Dungannon hub. The Health and Social Care Board is also investing in the development of spokes, which will take the form of smaller health centres, and is working with the Western Health and Social Care Trust to explore the need to invest in trust-owned health centres. And in addition, GP practices within GP-owned or leased premises can also apply to the Health and Social Care Board for grants to support the development of their premises.
Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his update on those hubs. Can the Minister provide an update on the activity of the GP COVID centres?
I thank the member for his question, because the establishment of primary care COVID centres was an urgent and immediate response to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and they assured that primary care services could be maintained by enabling patients who have COVID-19 symptoms to be treated separately from those patients who have other conditions which require assessment or treatment in primary care. The staffing and operation of those centres is managed locally by GP federations in response to local demand. Primary care COVID centres have been crucial to ensuring that GP practices have been able to continue to deliver vital services and face-to-face appointments for patients, and have greatly reduced the flow to emergency departments. Between the 6th of April and the 22nd of November this year, there were 109,697 COVID-related queries to GP practices. 23,022 of those patients were triaged and referred to primary COVID centres, with 15% of patients assessed at these centres then referred to secondary care. The week from Monday the 19th to Sunday the 25th of October saw 1,045 referrals, the highest ever weekly number of referrals since the centres opened.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answers to the questions so far. Minister, first of all, I think it's important to acknowledge the important role that health centres play right across our respective constituencies, particularly in rural constituencies such as mine and Mr McAleer's. In relation to Carrickmore, has there been any projected costs for the necessary works that are needed to the current health practice?
I'll thank the member, for his question, and I think that's in the final sentence to the answer to Mr McAleer, was that once a capital budget is available, the Health and Social Care Board will work with the Western Health and Social Care Trust to take forward the preparation of that business case to identify which will be their preferred option. But also, as I said, that due to the Chancellor of the Exchequer's spending review now only covering 2021-22, my ability to take this project forward is subject to the confirmation of future capital budget allocations.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Question number 2.
And I thank the member. Private baby scan studios are not included in the list of regulated establishment and agencies set out in the 2003 Health and Personal Social Services Order. However, if ultrasounds are carried out in these studios by radiographers, the radiographers are regulated by the Health and Care Professionals Council. Also, independent hospitals and clinics may carry out private baby scans, and these establishments are regulated by the Regulation and Quality Improvement Authority under the 2003 Order and the Independent Healthcare Regulations of 2005.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. As you're probably aware, the Care Quality Commission had growing concern about failures to discover serious medical issues during private baby scans in England. So could I ask, Minister, while you say that some of those places are not regulated but the radiographers may be, what assurances can you give to families here that serious medical conditions will not be missed?
And I thank the member, and I think it's the valid point that our question does get to the heart of, because there is a risk that these private baby scan studios do not tell women about an abnormality or serious condition. Pregnant women are offered at least 2 ultrasounds during pregnancy by the Health and Social Care staff and through our systems, and that includes any anomaly scan at 18 to 20 weeks. So all private scans are addition to this. But in regards to the specific regulatory framework, our QIA's regulatory activity is determined by the 2003 legislation, which reflects department policy at that time. And since then, the health and social care system has changed dramatically, both in how we access care and also in the type of care available. And that includes the rise of services available on high street and online. Statutory health and social care providers such as trusts who run our hospitals, as well as some primary care services like GP and community pharmacies, are not regulated by our QIA, but the professional staff working in these services are regulated. So that carries across in regards to my initial answer.
Ordia Flynn.
The Minister will be aware that the paediatric pathology service collapsed here a few years ago and is currently only accessible in Liverpool. So I would like to ask, would the Minister explore with the Health Minister in Dublin the provision of an accessible paediatric pathology service here on the island, or even an in-reach service into the north? Thank you.
And I thank the member for the point, and again it is one she has raised with me previously, because it is something I know she works on continually. We have been exploring a number of options, but the biggest challenge, and even not across all these islands, if not across part of the world, is the accessibility of paediatric pathologists, because it is quite an acquired skill set. There is an open call for recruitment for here in our Health and Social Care Service in Northern Ireland. We have explored models with the Republic of Ireland, but the one that we have operating at the minute is where we have that working ability with colleagues. In the United Kingdom, it's not satisfactory. It doesn't provide the emotional support that parents often need when they do lose a child. It's something we're acutely aware of in the department across the health and social care sector, and something that we are working hard to correct, but the availability of paediatric pathologists is the biggest challenge to us all.
Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can I ask if the Minister is aware of any incidences where women trying to access baby scans at NHS or other premises are being blocked from doing so in order to go to a private provider? And if that is the case, what can be done in those circumstances?
I'm not aware of that having happened, but if the member has any specific examples that she knows of, I would appreciate if she could highlight it to my office, because the health and social care system, the National Health Services Northern Ireland, is available for those who need it, free at point of use and free at point of delivery, and that's something I stand over.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Agree, Mr. Speaker.
And I thank the member. Both our testing and track and trace programmes continue to evolve at pace. On testing, as part of the UK-wide programme, we are continuing with implementation of a number of new testing interventions, or NTIs, in Northern Ireland. For example, testing of asymptomatic healthcare workers will begin this week. This NTI will enable early identification of SARS-CoV-2 virus in healthcare staff who do not have symptoms, ensuring frontline staff can self-isolate early and thereby reduce the risk of onward transmission of infection. Testing of asymptomatic students also commenced this week at Queen's University using lateral flow devices, with plans progressing to offer testing where this is needed to the wider population of students. The learning arising from these NTIs will help us better understand how these new asymptomatic testing technologies can be implemented and extended more widely. With regards to the contact tracing service, in addition to a number of digital enhancements, including a new self-trace platform, the Public Health Agency commenced enhanced contact tracing on the 16th of November. This is a significant development in our approach to combating the virus and will ensure a strong focus on identifying the likely source of a case of infection and identifying potential common exposures which can lead to clusters. My staff and colleagues in the PHA are also continuing to work on a range of options to ensure that our contact tracing service is well positioned to deal with the pandemic in the coming months. This will involve the development of a hybrid model with a focus on further digital solutions to deliver early messages to contacts and cases, whilst at the same time allowing the health professional staff in the contact tracing service to risk assess and deal with more complex cases and with clusters and outbreaks.
Matthew O'Toole, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for his answer. Can I ask a couple of very brief follow-ups? One, in relation to students travelling back, particularly from England, Scotland and Wales to Northern Ireland ahead of Christmas. Thus far, they've had very limited information from the Executive. I realise that's in part the responsibility of the Economy Minister, but the Health Minister's had a slightly better record at giving us straight answers. So if he could update on whether there will be specific advice to students travelling here for Christmas in terms of testing and tracing. Secondly, in relation to the end of the transition period and Brexit, we've talked about this before. Has he had clarity on whether, if there is not a deal on comprehensive data sharing equivalents by the end of this year, there will be complete certainty around cross-border data flows? Is he assured on that, and can he be confident that that contact testing and tracing between, for example, Derry and Donegal won't be jeopardised on New Year's Day?
I thank the member for his two supplementaries. In regards to the first, information being given to students who are coming home from England, Scotland and Wales will be provided by the university in which they are currently studying, and that advice and the testing method, the approach and the guidance that they must follow up will be provided by the source and the location at which that testing is being provided, and therefore information on their travel corridor will also be established. In regards to students who are currently domiciled in our own universities, either returning to England, Scotland or Wales, again that advice will be given through our testing system and the LTI that has already started in Queen's University at the start of last week. That will then be expanded to those students who are currently studying in Ulster University as well, so that we can allow them to travel home safely as well. In regards to the data sharing, in regards to your contact tracing, because it is health-based, like the information that is transmitted between those patients who use the cancer services in Alton and Galvin, but also those parents and patients who use the Children's Cardiology Service in Dublin, because that is an agreement between our two governments. the Irish Government and the Northern Ireland Assembly's Executive. That will not be affected by GDPR. Where the current challenge comes in the sharing of that information is a difficulty that I have experienced in regards to the Irish Government's sharing of data, in specific in regards to travel locator forms. It has been the basis of many conversations and pieces of correspondence, but one that I have still not found a satisfactory resolution to.
I call Colin Gildernew.
Concordia and Corey to the Minister. Minister, we know that the contact tracing model and preparations were inadequate here to meet the increased demand that we've seen at the start of this surge, and that the inadequacy stemmed from poor modelling. Has the Department now addressed that inadequacy?
I think the member's use of inadequacy, I would challenge, and the member knows I've challenged that in the past, and I see Mr Sheehan looking at me because it's an area of expertise that he has developed in. But one of the things I will say, what we have seen in the changes of our contact tracing system from the early onset of the pandemic to where we are now, we've made significant changes. For a system that was used to identify sexually transmitted infections, to food poisoning, which was based on a very small team based in the Public Health Agency, to what we actually have now, where we are learning and always developing the system from what we see across best practice. We've scaled and increased scale and continue to scale the number of contact tracers who currently are available following up on that service. We are developing digital and online platforms to allow that information to be gathered at a rapid pace, because we know the value that contact tracing always takes up. And one of the things, Mr Speaker, that we've always been clear of in Northern Ireland, that our contact tracing system will be health-based. It will remain embedded within our healthcare system, and it's not part of any private for-profit industry, because we value the value that it actually brings to our health service and how we actually combat the spread of COVID-19 within Northern Ireland.
Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and I want to declare an interest as having a family member within that Test, Trace, Protect scheme presently. I certainly wouldn't describe the programme as inadequate, but I think there is a case of we could do better at times. And what I want to ask the Minister was, has he looked at the Welsh model of contact tracing with a view to upscaling and looking at how we can have a more meaningful communication with checks and updates with those who have either tested positive or come into close contact with those who have tested positive in Northern Ireland?
And again, I think the member there was a TV programme in regards which compared our service with the Welsh model. And you'll appreciate that service models for contact tracing in Wales and Northern Ireland do have their differences. As you're aware, the service provided by the Public Health Agency in Northern Ireland is staffed by health professionals focusing very much on a person-led approach. This manual element is augmented by a number of digital-enabled solutions, including the recently introduced self-trace platform and the Stop COVID NI app. In Wales, contact tracing is provided through local authorities and health boards, which are supported by Public Health Wales. But despite the differences in the models, it's still possible to draw some high-level comparison in performance. For example, if we look at the 7-day period in Wales in mid-November, according to the latest published Welsh Government data, 92% of positive cases were reached in the same period, and 82% of contacts were reached. In comparison, in Northern Ireland, if we look at a 7-day period around the same time, we can actually see that 94% of positive cases were reached, and in the same period 98% of contacts were reached. So there are undoubtedly aspects of both models that work particularly well, and other areas that will require further refinement, and I think that's something we've been open about. But in Northern Ireland, I am satisfied that the measures which I recently discussed with both the Health Committee and the Executive, with an increase focused on a hybrid model involving manual contact tracing services supported by digital solutions, will ensure that we are positioned to deal with any further increases in numbers in the months to come.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers. Can the Minister provide any update on his previous request to the UK Government for 4 million lateral flow tests?
I thank the member for his question. We are continuing to be in discussion with the HSC through a very close working relationship we have as ministers across all four nations in the United Kingdom, and Matt Hancock has been in reply to congratulate us on what will be an ambitious programme and will advance and is willing to discuss with us in regards how that will actually work out in Northern Ireland as we take it forward. We have yet to see the outworkings of the pilots that have taken place in Liverpool and now actually being taken place in Merthyr Tydfil as well in Wales, and our own system at Queen's University, which will be currently rolled out across our health and social care system, to make sure that if we do receive that number of lateral flow devices, that we utilise them to the best and most effective use.
I call Gary Middleton.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
And I thank the member. I'll answer this question in respect of students at the local universities on healthcare courses commissioned by my department. I think it is very important that reassurance and support is provided to healthcare students that they will be able to pursue their studies, despite the challenges created by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic to learning during placements. This is a fundamental dimension of much pre-registration learning across the health professions. Officials in my department are working closely with key stakeholders, including the higher and further education providers, to ensure that students are made aware of the key messages. This will include guidance specific to each subject area issued by their university or education provider, and also the overall health guidance issued by the Public Health Agency. In relation to nursing and midwifery, a joint statement from the 4 UK Chief Nursing Officers and the Nursing and Midwifery Council was issued on the 23rd of November to clarify the principles for nursing and midwifery students during the next phase of the pandemic. The overriding objective set out in this statement, which I consider as paramount, is to continue to support students to complete their programmes on time so that they can enter the workforce as registrants as quickly as possible. My officials have shared this statement with the local universities and have asked them to ensure that it is communicated to all students. I am also fully committed to the supporting and continuation of medical and dental education. My officials accordingly continue to work very closely with Queen's University and other key stakeholders on the practical and financial implications of delivering education in clinical environments and comply with social distancing protocols. I have also confirmed to the universities that all such healthcare students will be entitled to avail of the free healthcare car parking at HSC Trust premises, which have been made available to HSC employees up until the 31st of March. And in addition, the universities have been advised that their healthcare students are key workers and are entitled to free public transport when travelling to placements.
Gary Middleton, supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response. The Minister will be aware that there is a lot of frustration among students, given the lack of guidance, particularly for them, particularly when it comes to travel home for Christmas, as they enter into their second semester as well. Will the Minister commit to working with the Executive to issue guidance similar to that which has been issued by other counterparts in the UK?
As the member will be aware, I work with all my executive colleagues in regards to bringing forward guidance that is necessary, but in those regions and those areas where other ministers have policy lead, it is helpful to us that they actually bring forward that policy for discussion that we can provide information and guidance into, rather than my department leading on areas that are without our policy area.
I call John Dowd.
Minister, several weeks ago, the Scottish Government introduced about £1.3 million for mental health and care and wellbeing for students. I raised the matter with the Economy Minister a number of weeks ago and I got a positive response to it. Would you approach the matter in a positive way and see if you can identify specific funding for our students and their mental health and wellbeing?
Certainly, and the member well knows my commitment to mental health since coming into this office. In fact, when the pandemic first hit Northern Ireland, I gave the assurances to the committee and its members and to this House that mental health would not go off the agenda of my department, and that's why we continued in regards to the development of the mental health strategy, which will lead to the mental health action plan. But also within that, we set specifically a piece of work in regards to what support mechanisms will be needed for mental health, which specifically fall out to COVID. So it's not something I would have any hesitancy in giving the member the reassurance with. So I'm equally keen and supportive of working with the Economy Minister on this issue in support of our students.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, to take you back to my South Belfast colleague's question there about the students travelling home, I've been contacted by parents who are concerned that they may get their asymptomatic testing in the campus, but between then and arriving home to their household bubble, they'll be on a tube, a train, a bus, or a number of modes of transport, and could well have picked it up in their journey home. Is there no way that you could be working with with Queen's University so that some of that testing could take place for these students returning home as well?
I thank the member, but in regards to the testing that is being completed for our students to allow them to undertake that travel home, it's done by the lateral flow devices, which are actually been set up in the mass test centres within our universities. So it's not actually practicable to move that testing centre closer to home for the second test, because they are such a diverse geographical region. But what I would say to those students who are returning home at that point is to follow all public health guidance when they are using public transport for face coverings, as much social distancing as is practicable, or if there are alternatives rather than using public transport, that they explore those and avoid car sharing, because we have seen in previous studies in previous places where car sharing actually does become a source of infection as well. So I'm afraid to say to the member, because of the utilisation of the lateral flow devices and tests, it's not possible to move that second test actually closer to home because of the way the actual testing service, or the test itself, actually works.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Question 5, Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. As members will be aware, over the last number of months, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the delivery of some services within our health and social care system. As a result of this, it is absolutely critical that we make the best use of all available capacity in the system. The member will recall she kindly invited me to the SWA earlier in the year, and during that visit I saw firsthand the opportunities presented by the hospital. I am pleased to now to be able to confirm that a number of new initiatives have been taken forward to support service delivery as we work to maximise the use of all available capacity in the system. A key initiative that is currently being developed is with regards to the delivery of elective surgery services, with surgeons actually from across Northern Ireland travelling to Enniskillen to provide surgery that cannot currently be provided at other sites due to the numbers of COVID-positive inpatients. In the initial phase, this work has understandably been focused on high-priority patients requiring surgery. The initial sessions have been offered to Belfast Trust for surgical lists and time-critical treatments, which have been displaced by the activation of the Belfast City Hospital Nightingale. Throughout the coming months, this position will be kept under review, and further work is underway to explore options for maximising the availability of all available capacity at the SWA in the longer term.
Rosemary Barton, supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, I welcome this information. Minister, wouldn't you agree with me that having these extra facilities now in the SWA will make it even more attractive for new staff to come and work within it?
Very much so, and it's something that the Western Health and Social Care Trust is working on, and we've seen that actually come about in other areas and other facilities. But what I would say to the member, often the biggest deterrent from attracting staff to some of our excellent hospital and healthcare facilities is when members or other elected representatives start to talk about a service being downgraded or a location closing, because it actually deters and disenfranchises people who may be interested in going to one of those sites to actually seek further employment. So I think the implementation of what will be elective surgery lists in this SWA is a further enhancement and something that makes it attractive for people to go to work there, as well as the opportunity, of course, to live in the member's constituency.
That ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we will now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 1 has been withdrawn, so I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, could I ask, the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine is now to undergo a new global trial to further determine its efficiencies. Can you advise what effect that would have on our vaccination programme here?
And I thank the member. I'm assured by colleagues that that won't actually have any effect or setback in regards to our vaccine programme, because our assessment will be done by MRHA, and once that assessment comes forward, we will hopefully be utilising that vaccine in a safe and appropriate manner. And until that guarantee and that assurance does come forward, that will be the only point that we will utilise it here in Northern Ireland.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. A few weeks ago, you gave an assurance to this House. It was very reassuring regarding the concerns on a flu vaccination. Can you, Minister, give that same assurance that all the logistical operation that will be required for a COVID-19 vaccination programme will be in place and won't delay in any way vaccination programmes rolling out?
I thank the member, which I think is a very topical and very apt question in regards to the vaccine. But as I've also said, while the vaccine does bring part of a solution, we still have to take the guidance that we have there. That's why our regulations are still needed. That's why all that good health advice in regards to social distancing, face coverings, hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene is crucial. In regards to the vaccine, I will give the member the reassurance that until MRHA says this vaccine is safe to use, we will not be using it. But in regards to the development of the rollout of that vaccination programme, it is a large logistical operational challenge. My department gave a presentation to the executive last week in the preparations and highlighting the preparations that we have already made, and I will say to the member they are impressive. We have offered that same presentation to the Health Committee as well, because the level of detail that it has taken to get to this stage has come over a large number of logistical challenges. And the fact one of the biggest challenges will be in the AstraZeneca vaccine comes in batches of 975 vials per box or per pack, and it will be highly challenging, if not impossible, to break that down into smaller packs. So it is a vaccine that is designed for mass vaccination and mass vaccination centres, which are going to put that initial challenge on the delivery of our vaccine programme in Northern Ireland. And that's why we're also looking to the development and the coming on schedule of other vaccines, so that we can utilise them fully as well in the different models that we are working up. But I will say to the member, since taking on and becoming Minister of Health, I have been greatly impressed by the people across the health and social care service. When you see the dedication and level of detail that they have went into in preparing for this vaccine mass delivery, it is impressive and something that I look forward to being shared by the Health Committee, and I think even being brought forward in a debate tomorrow in this House, where, Mr Speaker, I think I'm back again.
Okay, you'll be well and welcome. Mr William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the delays to cancer treatment services due to COVID-19, and if preparation has been adequate for the second wave?
I do take exception to, and I don't think the member is implying it in regards to a statement. And I've said it before in this House, and it's been a matter of an urgent oral, Mr Speaker. There is ongoing work and challenges in regards to the delivery of our services in regards to cancer. But I will be clear, and it was made clear when we were discussing our regulations, that those decisions are being made by clinicians on clinical need for the patients presenting. So to cast, I think, any dispersion on the professionalism or on the work of our health professionals, I think, is an unfortunate one. And I know the member well enough to know that that's not his intention. But there are ongoing capacity challenges across the cancer pathway, which the service is actively managing. A surgical oversight group has been established within Northern Ireland Cancer Network with the aim of optimising capacity now and through any potential surge, and will provide ongoing clinical advice to the cancer reset cells. So I would like to reassure the member on this House that all possible steps are being taken to maintain services in this second surge. However, it is likely that the redeployment of staff absences, reduced access to theatres and patient reluctance to attend hospitals will all contribute to delays in pathways. Experience during the first surge suggests that the greatest impact is likely to be on invasive diagnostics and surgical treatment. So, dependent on the scale and continuation duration of this surge, there may be a requirement to increase independent sector capacity beyond the current contracted level.
William Irwin, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. Can I say to the Minister, just on Friday past, I had a constituent who was diagnosed just at the beginning of last week with cancer. Was told by medical staff they weren't sure when the treatment could start, but advised them to contact their local MLA to see could they help in some way. Does this not tell you that there are problems there, Mr. Minister? I think obviously when medical staff are advising cancer, people that are diagnosed with cancer to go to their MLA to see could they help, there's an issue.
I think, as I said to the member, I'm not denying there is an issue. I am saying that the challenge is we have an already overstretched health service. It was stretched before the pandemic and on COVID. Members were already, our patients and individuals of this community were already approaching elected representatives in regards to access to surgeries and access to the health service. So what the member indicates is not something new. It's something that I experience and something I'm sure that every member of this House experiences as well. But what I will say to the member, how we get those members of the general public seen quicker is to reduce the number of COVID patients that we're actually supporting within our health and hospital services. Again today, Mr. Speaker, we still sit at over 400 inpatients, 39 still in ICU. If we can take all we can and all the steps and measures that we can in this House to reduce the rate of transmission and of infection, we can get those services and those provisions back on track as soon as it's practical and as soon as it's possible and as soon as it's safe.
I call Karen Mullen.
Minister, could I ask you for an update on the IVF operational group and its work to date?
I think the member for her question, it was one of the things that pre-COVID and pre the pandemic that we had set up in regards to meeting the commitment under New Decade, New Approach, which was to increase to 3 cycles of IVF. Unfortunately, one of the victims of COVID-19 was actually our IVF service within Belfast. It was paused, it was stepped down for a period of months, but is now recommenced and working on a reduced capacity. So the IVF working group and working strategic group in regards to how we build up to those 3 cycles hasn't met as we try to get the IVF facility and that procedure and service back up to scale as soon as possible to meet the already latent demand that we did unfortunately miss over a couple of months.
Karen Mullen, supplementary.
Minister for his answer and his response there, and rightly, as you highlighted, COVID has delayed many of the treatments. Unfortunately, for those awaiting IVF treatment, this has added further delays. In some cases running now on the years. Minister, can you assure us that you're looking at all options available and would you look at directing investment into fertility services to improve and speed up the journey?
And that was one of the things that the working group was specifically asked to look at, because, as I said, it was a commitment under New Decade, New Approach that we would move to the offer of 3 cycles. One of the challenges as well was moving to that age profile of women coming forward as well, so they could actually access the service. It's something we're looking at because of the delays and the knock-on delays that have been caused due to the pandemic and the service actually being paused, to make sure that nobody misses out because of steps that were taken by us rather than any fault of their own. So that part of work, that work is all ongoing. There would also be, I think it was a significant financial commitment under New Decade, New Approach to move to those 3 cycles. So if the member can support me in that ask to the Finance Minister, when my budget asks do come forward, it would be appreciated, because it's definitely an ask that we're prepared to make.
Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Could I ask the Minister if he will bring forward proposals for the introduction of free face coverings for lower income families?
I thank the member, and it was actually one of those matters that was touched on during the debate on regulations. It's not something that my department has currently looked at, or the provision of free face coverings. There is guidance as to how members of the general public can actually go about making their own face covering, cloth face coverings, from the utilisation of T-shirts and other pieces of clothing. That was there from, I suppose, the early introduction of face coverings. It's advice and guidance that is there. But what I would say to those in workplaces as well, that they should be providing in their own workplace, there should be a provision of free face coverings. One of the things I'm not sure the member is aware of, there's also a proposal to put 20% VAT back on PPE, which would have a significant impact, not just on individuals or businesses, but our care homes or our health sector as well. And it's something I can say again that I'm working with the member's colleague as the Minister of Finance to try to challenge that at a Westminster level, because as we enter a second surge, to put that additional cost on PPE, I think would be unquestionable.
Supplementary, Keith Archibald.
And particularly given that there are younger people who now face masks are mandatory, I would urge the Minister to continue to look at that. Given the correlation there is between higher areas of deprivation and higher incidences of COVID, what learning has been gained by the Department of Health from the interdepartmental work on high levels of COVID in more deprived communities?
No, and I think the member, and it's a valid point, and I think it's something in discussions with, again, your ministerial colleague and the Minister of Communities, something that has been recognised, and it's about the inequalities that COVID has highlighted across all our society. And I think it's a duty, and it's something that even going forward in regards to the development of a programme for government that should be looked across the executive as to how we tackle those inequalities. But it's also, I think, one of the strengths that brings forward to our National Health Service. The National Health Service is free at point of use, free at point of delivery, and you don't have to pay, for example, €50 to go and see a GP. So where there are those challenges financially in areas of high deprivation in regards to access to work and access to other supports, I think one of the big benefits that we have here is our National Health Service.
John O'Dowd.
Minister, last week you announced an inquiry into the urology services, or one of the consultants' services in regards to urology service at Craigavon Area Hospital. Can you give us an update in terms of how many patients, both private and public, are involved in that inquiry?
I thank the member for his question. I did, as the member says, provide an oral statement to the Assembly on this matter on the 24th of November. And announced my intention to establish a statutory public inquiry. The Southern Health and Social Care Trust notified my department in July of this year of the clinical concerns in relation to the work of a consultant, as the member says, who no longer works in the health service. To date, 1,159 patient records have been reviewed, 271 patients or families have been contacted, and the equivalent of 9 SAIs have been identified. The work of the Trust in safeguarding patients and identifying further concerns continues, with oversight being provided by the Department's Permanent Secretary, who is leading the Urology Assurance Group. And regarding private patients, the Department is working closely with the Southern Trust to ensure that there is a process in place for them to follow up to ensure that they can be confident of any healthcare services they were provided, and any private patients who are concerned should contact their GP or the Trust's information line in the first instance.
1 minute left. Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Is the Minister in a position yet to announce the name of the chair of the inquiry, and will he ensure that patient voices are involved in the design of the terms of reference?
In quick response, I'm not in the position to name a chair, but I will give the guarantee and the assurance that patient voices will be heard as we establish and finalise the terms of reference of any public inquiry.
Members, time is up. Please take your ease.
Members, we now return to the health protection coronavirus restrictions debate, which had commenced before question time. And I now call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Minister for his forbearance in the remarks he's made so far. But I just wanted to say, before I specifically ask a question of the Minister, I think just before the Assembly rose for questions from the Executive Office, there was a very powerful testimony from the MLA, Mr Daniel McCrossland, about the Tracy family. And I don't think any MLA who was in here who would have heard his remarks could have been failed to be moved in compassion, not only for that family and all of the families who have suffered from COVID, but above all for the staff and the excellent staff who went above and beyond the cause of duty to be able to support that person in their need. And I think I would like to put on record from this Assembly and all members of this Assembly to both the family and to the staff of the NHS for their outstanding work and what they do. That said, Mr Minister, I have noted that today the Economy Minister and the Health Minister, who should have been here to be able to provide... Sorry, did I say economy? Sorry, my apologies to the Health Minister. May I say to the Economy Minister and the Education Minister, who should have been here to answer questions. There are some particular areas to do these regulations number 11 and 12 that should have been dealt with and should have been dealt with by then. And I think all of us MLAs cannot be failed to be concerned about the lack of information, particularly coming from the Department of Economy, where members of the excluded from Northern Ireland and other business people are still waiting 7 to 8 weeks now for any guidance or any support. And Minister, since it seems to be only you who seems to have the courage to come and sit in front of this Assembly and to answer questions even from other departments, can you pass on specifically to the Minister of Economy to ask her to expedite the movement of payments to those who need it, expedite the movement of payments to those of the excluded, and could you also ask her, Minister, how she can give out advice through her department and also through InvestNI that these people should just wait until the website updates itself? That is the kind of level of guidance that's being given out there. And that is not the kind of thing we expect.
Can I draw the member back to the restrictions?
It is indeed within the restrictions, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order, order. I would ask the member to draw back to the particular regulations we are debating here today.
And thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think in that case, I think I have made my point indeed about the Minister of Economy. Now I shall move swiftly on to the Minister for Education. The Minister of Education again should have been here in front of this Assembly to be able to presenting these rules to us as well. But one of the things I think, and indeed I make a declaration here as a governor of a school, one of the things we've been struck by is the paucity of information and communication coming from the Department of Education that is coming to MLAs. And again, Minister, since you are the only one who seems to be able to come and explain these regulations in front of the Assembly, could you take it back to the Minister for Education and ask him to actually come in front of the Assembly, or better still, actually talk to the schools of Northern Ireland and give them the information they are due? And on that, Mr Deputy Speaker, before you sort of bring me back to the rules and regulations again, the Ulster Unionist Party fully supports the regulations 11 and 12 and the regulations set before us. Thank you.
The remaining members who should have been here are not present, so I now return to the Minister to respond to the debate.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I had actually heard Mr Speaker, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker and then Mr Deputy Speaker, so I'm now my third Speaker since we started this debate. Look, I'm grateful to members for their contributions to this debate, and I appreciate the degree of goodwill that this Assembly shows towards this unusual process, whereby the role of legislative scrutiny is applied only after the event. Nevertheless, I believe it is important that this scrutiny takes place in order to examine and comment upon measures that have been taken. In the current context, things move fast, and the observations and concerns of the Assembly members are taken on board as we develop policy and work on the next set of amendments. I also believe that the public must have confidence that the Executive is not acting without scrutiny. And for that reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will respond to a number of questions raised by members during the debate. In regards to comments made by the Chair in regards to the policy development of these regulations, as I've set out, and in regards to the useful conversation I've had with the Committee Chair, these amendments are led by policy asks from other departments and other ministers that we follow up on and then try and attempt to put into regulation that can be understood, but also can be understood but is also legally enforceable as well. In regards to the quality issues that are challenging within these regulations, because we all recognise, and I recognise, it's not something that in normal situation that I would be bringing forward. So it's about that balance of detail to proportionality that we always seek to address. And in regards to, I think the member then made in regards to comments in regards to face coverings and the benefits that those do bring about in regards to post-primary and that home to school transport. In regards to Mr Gilden, you then moved on to comments as a Sinn Féin member in regards to the challenges of communication. And again, him and I have had many conversations that we've had at the committee, as well as the importance of communication of these regulations, why they're necessary, what the benefit they actually bring in that regards to supporting an already stretched and overstretched health service. And I thank the member for his continued stance as chair of the committee in bringing forward that single unified message that him and I have been able to achieve in regards to the need of these regulations and the importance that they do bring as well. In regards then moving on to comments by Ms Pam Cameron, the Vice Chair of the committee, who again I thank for her commitments and support in her role and the continued role that she plays in supporting the health service. And again I think and part of her comments was in regards for support for businesses and individuals through what are tough times. And that is something that I have often highlighted, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the unity of message and the unity of purpose coming out of the Executive at this time is more crucial than ever. In regards, she raised specifically was the amendment that was made at the request of the Education Minister in regards to PE within schools. And this is when the regulations were laid. It came to the attention of the Department of Education that the restrictions upon sport did not exempt specifically school PE, and it was until that was resolved that the Department of Education advised schools that PE was to be paused. So the resolution was provided by these regulations as quickly as possible, as although that was when PE was stopped, it was neither the intention nor the spirit of these regulations to do that. In regards to comments then from Colin McGrath, and specifically in regards to how these regulations are being handled, are being brought forward. And I think one of the words that he used is how the general public are suffering these regulations. And I will say to the member, the reason that I suppose the general public is suffering these regulations is so that we can ensure less of them and fewer of them have to suffer COVID. So that is the reason they are. But in regards to timing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will say it's the Assembly's requirements for the input of the examiner of statutory rules and the timing and scrutiny actually provided by the Health Committee that allows us to set the process. So in any process that would bring these regulations to this House before that work had been completed, I think would meet equal and opposite complaint in regards to that process. But in regards to the speed that these regulations and the detail that some of them do bring forward, there is a challenge there, and I think it's a challenge that we all want to see rectified and better. In regards to Ms Bradshaw, she raised about the technical nature of these regulations, because that's specifically what they are, and all the regulations being brought forward, they were technical amendments that were necessary to correct those those anomalies or those queries that have been raised, and I think it was Sinead Bradley also raised, that it is only with the question when people come to look at these regulations as to how they affect their everyday way of life that we can fine-tune them and have them in a position so hopefully, so if they are ever needed again, and hopefully not needed again, that we've already got through those hurdles and those questions so they aren't brought about. In regards to comments then from Mr Middleton, I would agree fully with him that there is a need to move away from the politicalisation of this issue. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I have been calling and asking for that for quite some time. And he also asked that on these issues all ministers need to be heard. And I can say quite happily that I would happily give way to any of my ministerial colleagues who want to step in and move any of these regulations in the days coming forward. In regards to Mr Sheehan's comments then in regards to the protection of our health and social care system and the realisation that that is the driving need behind these regulations, with still over 427 inpatients within COVID inpatients within our hospital system at present, whereas in the first wave our maximum was 322. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have over 100 additional COVID patients being supported across our hospitals today than we had before. So the need for these regulations is specifically that, and I think that was also something that Ms Anderson raised in regards to our healthcare system and the pressures that it was currently under. But there is moving back to queries that were brought forward in regards to time frame and legislative timetables. One thing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that COVID doesn't respect any timetable or any calendar or any plan that we set. If only it did, it would be far easier for me, my health service and the healthcare workers to work with. But one thing I would, and I've said this many times, and echoing Mr Sheehan's comment when he talked about those siren voices who seem content on undermining what is a sound health message. And that just doesn't come, that just doesn't come out of frustration. Sometimes it just comes out of pure bloody mindedness, Mr Deputy Speaker, excuse my language, because that's what often I get from our frontline healthcare workers when they hear those people who are determined to undermine what is a sound health message, and a sound health message that doesn't always and doesn't have to necessarily always come forward from our political leadership, but is welcome when it does come forward in a united front. But it's a message that does come forward from all of our healthcare workers, no matter where across the system is. Mr Sheehan also asked in regards to could I set out today what it will look like following the 11th? Well,
I was getting a bit ahead of myself. I meant to say this week rather than just today.
I'll thank the member for his gratitude. Then, if he gives me a week, I'll be more than appreciative. So I was about to say that setting something out today would be highly challenging, saying we're working through these regulations which came into effect quite some time ago. And if only I could set the executive's timetable, as I'm sure the member would wish I could as well. In regards to comments, then moving on to Ms Anderson in regards to where we are, and I think one of the things she did raise was the prospect of a vaccine. And one thing again, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that I would ask, that this House and the members of it could get behind the delivery of a vaccine and actually sharing the benefit that it will have to the people of Northern Ireland and returning to the normality that we all know and want to get back to. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm back in the House tomorrow afternoon on a debate specifically on that point. Sinead Bradley then asked in regards to communications and the money being well spent and where it is spent and how it is spent. The communications budget for COVID actually sits within the Executive Office and has been utilised in bringing forward social media, TV adverts and printed adverts as well. So that has been utilised in those regards. In regards then to Mr Chambers, again following up on Mr Sheehan's point about a phrase that has been often used in here about the herders on the ditch. Those individuals who seem to have the comfort of sitting back and the ability to combat COVID-19 with 2020 vision and the clarity of education, degrees and qualifications that they receive from social media. Mr Deputy Speaker, I only wish that I had the gift and the power to be able to combat COVID-19 and this pandemic from the comfort and security that many of these people do, and also with that ability of 2020 vision. Because I can assure you, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I had the ability of 2020 vision, it would have been a different day in here on the 11th of January. In regards to Mr McCrossan's comments, and I think my party leader, Dr Aiken, summed it up in regards to the experiences of the Tracy family. And unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, their experience, they're not on their own when they come to that message and that suffering that so many families across Northern Ireland have had to endure. But I think, as Mr McCrossan explained, Frank's message should be one for all of us, and that's the support and thanks for our health service, and in regards to what a terrible virus COVID actually is. And in following that, I thank the members and others in this House for their acknowledgement of the dedication and the extra mile that our healthcare workers are still going and still will have to go. And that's healthcare workers, Mr Deputy Speaker, who are across the healthcare family, should it be our GPs or community pharmacies or nurses or doctors, the porters, the cleaners, the canteen workers, who all play a part in our tackling of this dreadful pandemic and this dreadful virus, which hope does come, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the opportunities that a vaccine will bring, that mass testing may bring, but we still need to get through these next few days, weeks and months while this virus is still with us. The last contributor, Dr Aiken, made a number of calls to the Minister of the Economy and to the Minister of Education, and I'm sure those ministers will hear that and hear those calls, because I'm sure if they don't hear them directly from the member, they'll hear them from their departmental staff and advisers. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all have a responsibility to help curb the spread of the virus. We do that by maintaining social distancing, maintaining good hand and respiratory hygiene, wearing face coverings, self-isolating immediately if we experience any symptoms, including a new persistent cough, a fever, or a loss of change or smell or taste, seeking a test if we experience any of these symptoms, downloading the Stop COVID NI app, and complying with the restrictions in place. Mr Deputy Speaker, by following this advice as we go about our daily lives, we can protect ourselves and others from serious illness, protect our health service and our economy, and help avoid further prolonged and more stringent restrictions. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move these regulations.
Members, the question is that the health protection coronavirus restrictions number 2, amendment number 11, regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection coronavirus regulations, which has already been debated. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the health protection coronavirus restrictions number 2, amendment number 12, regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
I now call on the Minister to move the motion. The question is that health protection coronavirus restrictions number 2, amendment number 12, regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion on the health protection coronavirus regulations, which has already been debated. And I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 3 Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Again, I ask the Minister to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 3 Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Members, the next item on the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill dealing with human medicines, veterinary medicines and information systems as amended at committee stage in the House of Lords.
And I call on the Minister for Health to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. And I invite the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Assembly members agreed legislative consent to the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill back on the 16th of June. It allows the existing regulatory frameworks for medicines, medical devices, clinical trials and veterinary medicines to be updated or amended by means of subordinate legislation. The need for a further legislative consent motion has arisen because of an amendment made to the bill at the Commons report stage in respect of a medical devices information system, and more recently government amendments agreed at Lords Committee stage concerning human medicines and veterinary medicines. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now expand on these areas in more detail. A government amendment to the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill was made and passed during the Commons report stage on the 23rd of June 2020 and provides a power by regulations to establish a medical device information system operated by NHS Digital. This amendment is in response to the report from the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review that was chaired by Baroness Cumberledge, which was titled First Do No Harm, which was published on the 8th of July 2020. The aim of a medical device information system is to improve the safety and standards of medical devices by ensuring better information can be captured and shared on implanted devices in order to identify risks posed by specific devices much earlier. The medical device information system will provide critical benefits to patients who have been or will be in the future implanted with medical devices. These include the collection and storage of information linking unique device identifiers to patients, clinicians and specific surgical procedures that implanted the device. And it also establishes the systems that will enable health providers to trace patients who have been treated or implanted with a medical device so that the patient can be provided with appropriate medical treatment if a safety issue occurs with the device. This will be a huge step forward for patient safety and will assist with the timely identification of patients affected and help to manage any risks to patient safety. It is important to ensure that the regulations to be developed to implement the information system take account of Northern Ireland's information governance and code of practice on the sharing of patients' identifiable information, both for direct care and secondary use. I wrote to Lord Bethell on this point in July 2020, and an amendment to the bill has been agreed that when making regulations, the Secretary of State is required to consult Scottish ministers, Welsh ministers and ourselves in Northern Ireland. In addition to this statutory obligation to consult with my department, there is a separate non-legislative commitment that has been given by the Department of Health and Social Care to ongoing discussions on the medical devices information system, governance arrangements and other operational details, and will ensure that the Department of Health in Northern Ireland is engaged in relevant policy and operational discussions and the development of draft regulations. It is important that we are included in this UK-wide medical devices information system, and I welcome the amendment to the bill that provides for a statutory duty to consult with the devolved administrations in the development of the regulations and any amendments. Scotland has already given their legislative consent on the matter, and legislative consent is being considered by the Welsh Government in the coming days. I will now turn to the other amendments that have been agreed at Lords Committee stage and require legislative consent from the Assembly. The first of these is on disclosure of information in accordance with international agreements. In order that the UK, and in particular the regulators, namely the Medicines, Health, Products and Regulatory Agency and the Veterinary Medicines Directorate, can continue to work with international partners to ensure the safety of medicines in the UK, there is a need to strengthen the legal basis for sharing information internationally. This would be in the form of a statutory information gateway inserted into the bill to ensure that vital information can be shared with bodies outside the UK, such as overseas regulators, in pursuance of international agreements and arrangements. There has been much discussion in both Westminster and among Assembly members about the potential for regulatory divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland with regards to medicines and medical devices. Currently, responsibility for medical device regulation is reserved in respect of the whole of the UK. However, human medicine regulation and veterinary medicine regulation are both transferred matters in relation to Northern Ireland. The MRHA and the VMD regulate these areas UK-wide on a day-to-day basis, and after the end of the transition period with regards to human and veterinary medicines and medical devices. Under the terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol, Northern Ireland will continue to follow the EU acquis. However, the MRHA and the VMD will continue to regulate human and veterinary medicines and medical devices for the whole of the UK, and will continue to ensure that patients and animals in Northern Ireland receive the safe and effective medicines and devices they need. While there are some concerns about the implementation of the NI Protocol, formal challenges are in place between officials here and their counterparts in the UK. Officials also meet regularly in the Northern Ireland Specialised Committee. The Specialised Committee reports on the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee and provides advice on decisions to be taken by the Joint Committee under the Protocol. The issue of the Falsified Medicines Directive and regulatory importation requirements for medicines moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland after the end of the transition period has been raised with the EU through the Specialised Committee. A 12-month period of flexibility has been agreed with the EU to implementing the regulations that will ensure that there will be no disruption to the flow of medicines to Northern Ireland at the end of the transition period. A further amendment agreed at Lords Committee stage in respect of the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill can also be used as a vehicle to address any concerns on possible divergence. A reporting obligation on the Secretary of State is to be provided for within the bill that will consider the operation of regulations for human medicines, veterinary medicines and medical devices once every 2 years. This sets out the view of those who have been consulted, whether change has been made as a result of that consultation, and includes a look ahead at further proposed regulatory change known at the time within the forthcoming reporting period. Any issue of possible regulatory divergence can be raised within this reporting mechanism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have also agreed that a separate report will be taken forward by Northern Ireland departments in respect of regulations made only by Northern Ireland departments, and this will be laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly. Another amendment to the bill has also been agreed at Lords Committee stage that provides for a public consultation on regulations under the bill, which again can be used as a vehicle to address any possible issues of regulatory divergence. In addition to these amendments to the bill, other amendments requiring legislative consent from this Assembly, including applying the draft affirmative procedure to human and veterinary regulations, except for those solely relating to fees, when the negative resolution will be applied, and for emergency regulations when the confirmatory procedure will be applied. This will allow for greater parliamentary and Assembly scrutiny on the making of these regulations. Before regulations are made to change the existing regulatory framework, 3 considerations are applied that assess the safety, availability and the attractiveness of the relevant part of the UK to develop and supply those products. In the application of these 3 considerations, it has been agreed to provide an overarching duty to have regard to the importance of promoting the health and safety of the public, and in relation to veterinary medicines, the health and welfare of animals. A summary of this assessment must be included in any public consultation on the regulation for human medicines, veterinary medicines and medical devices. This will strengthen provision around the exercise of these regulation-making powers and provide reassurance that it is only intended to make regulations to amend the current regulatory regimes where those changes promote health and safety. To respond specifically to concerns about the absence of a definition of attractiveness to the UK, it has been agreed in an amendment to the bill to clarify that this is a consideration of the likelihood of the relevant part of the United Kingdom being seen as an attractive or favourable place in which to supply and conduct clinical trials for human medicines and develop and supply veterinary medicines. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to offences, an amendment has been agreed to make it clear that the powers provided under the Human Medicines and Veterinary Medicines cannot be used to provide for an offence to be punishable with a sentence or imprisonment of more than 2 years. This maximum will then apply equally to penalties for new and existing offences. The Department of Justice in Northern Ireland has previously considered the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill, and now more recently the amendments being proposed, and it is content that the current offences and penalties are necessary and commensurate with the current offences and penalties framework in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, I trust members will understand the importance for Northern Ireland to be included within these additional provisions to the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill, as ultimately these amendments seek to improve patient safety, as well as allow the Assembly greater scrutiny in the regulation-making process. That is why I would ask members to support the motion here today.
I now call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gildernew.
I wish to speak today to the committee's report and summarise our consideration of this matter. May I first of all thank the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for its prompt consideration and contribution to the report. I will leave it to my colleague, the Chair of the ERA Committee, to address the issues around veterinary medicines. This is the second legislative consent motion on this bill. The committee did not come to a view on the first one due to the limited time available for scrutiny. The Minister of Health first wrote to the Health Committee on the 15th of July, advising us of the need for a further legislative consent motion to take account of a recommendation included in the report of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, chaired by Baroness Cumberledge. The Minister wrote to the committee again on the 5th of October and again on the 15th of October, advising members of further amendments to the bill being considered by the House of Lords, which would also require legislative consent. The memorandum was laid on the 5th of November, and departmental officials briefed the committee on the 12th of November. The briefing from the department focused on the amendments to the bill, as outlined by the Minister. These include the power to establish a medical devices information system, provision for an information sharing gateway, to allow for information to be shared with overseas regulators, and a statutory requirement that the devolved administrations be consulted on any regulations made in relation to these amendments. Officials advised the committee of the non-legislative commitment from the British Government Department of Health and Social Care to engage with the Minister of Health on the MDIS policy and operational discussions and the development of any draft regulations. Members were also briefed on the amendments to the bill which were tabled in the House of Lords. These were tabled in response to concerns raised by the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee in relation to the scrutiny and the oversight of the use of delegated powers contained in the bill. These include increased requirements on consultation and reporting on proposed regulations, and a move from negative to draft affirmative or confirmatory resolution for regulations made under the bill. The committee raised a number of issues with officials, mainly around the operation of the MDIS and the transfer of data from the Department of Health to NHS Digital. Specifically, the committee inquired if the Department had any concerns around the collection and sharing of patient information with NHS Digital in terms of data security and ownership of the data going forward. In its response, the Department advised that the purposes for which data can be shared and the types of organisations that can receive this information will be specified in the regulations made under the powers contained in the bill. The Department further advised that the Minister will be fully consulted in the making of these regulations, which will determine the scope and limitations on data sharing. The committee asked if the Minister was content with assurances received from DHSC in regard to governance arrangements and patient safety issues in relation to the MDIS. In its response, the Department referred to the statutory duty to consult ministers in Scotland, Wales and the North, which will be written into the bill. I will.
The Chair of the Health Committee has touched upon what I think is the most crucially important issue here, that people have absolute confidence that their data will be secure and used only responsibly. Does he agree that it's really important that we have that list in terms of which organisations will have access to people's sensitive medical data and so that they know exactly what the situation is that confronts them?
Thank the member for the intervention, and yes, I agree that data is absolutely essential, and the security and protection, and I'm sure the Minister will address that issue in relation to the list. The Department also advised the committee that it is content with the assurances received. Members raised a number of issues relating to Brexit and the protocol on Ireland, North of Ireland, in relation to the MDIS, and whether any of the amendments to the bill had implications for the protocol and the contingency planning around that. The Department advised that there were no such implications for the amendments for which legislative consent was being sought on this occasion. The Department confirmed that medical devices appear in the list of subject areas in Annex 2 to the protocol, and that it had given consideration to whether the amendment to provide for an MDIS may be subject to a different regime here, but stated that this will not be the case. The potential for future divergence, as touched upon by the Minister, was also considered by the committee. The Department advised that the North's involvement in the MDIS will not be affected, as the MHRA will continue to regulate devices on the marketplace, which should mitigate any potential divergence in standards. The Department referred to a number of actions that, in its view, will mitigate the risk of divergence in regulations for patient data, such as the inclusion in the bill of a statutory duty to consult and the non-legislative commitment by the DHSC to engage with the Minister of Health. The Department also advised that as the EU does not require the storage of patient data at a central level, it is not the case that we will be subject to two different information sharing systems. Finally, the issue of the supply of medicines and medical devices and the attractiveness of the North, as referred to by the Minister, as a favourable location for clinical trials was raised. The Department advised that there are long-term implications for both the supply and regulation of medicines in the North, and referred to the recent agreement between the British Government and the European Union to allow the pharmaceutical industry 12 months from the 1st of January 2021 to comply with new regulatory requirements which apply only here in the North as a consequence of the protocol. This is an issue that the committee has also raised with departmental officials in relation to Brexit, and indeed will continue to keep a close watch on in the months ahead. The committee has ongoing concerns around the impact of Brexit on medicines and medical devices. The pressures of COVID-19 have restricted the time available to the committee to further scrutinise the motion before us today. However, in view of the importance of the issues addressed by the amendments to the bill, the committee agreed that it was content to support the motion in relation to human medicines and medical devices. The committee notes the recommendation of the Cumberledge Review that a central patient-identifiable database should be created by collecting key details of the implantation of all devices at the time of the operation, and acknowledges the role that the MDIS will play in assisting with patient safety in the event of a recall of a medical device. The committee also supports the inclusion of the statutory duty for DHSC to consult with the Minister of Health on any regulations made in connection with the MDIS and welcomes the improved scrutiny of regulations provided by the proposed amendments. We trust that the Minister will engage with the Committee on these matters in the future. And now, if I may, last Ceann Comhairle, I'd like to make just some very brief remarks in my role as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. And I suppose I want to just say that while this is largely a technical issue, there are a series of these issues now facing us in the days, weeks and months ahead, and I'm sure it must be very challenging for the Minister to have to deal with COVID-19 and also the secondary tsunami that is Brexit that is coming down the tracks at us. And there is very little good for us here in terms of Brexit. It creates uncertainty, difficulty and creates potentially unforeseen consequences in the time ahead. We didn't vote for Brexit here in the North, and what we are faced with now is, regardless of the protocol, a loss of freedoms, a loss of rights and other immeasurable losses to our citizens brought on by the unwanted exit from the European Union. We have no guarantees about anything. And I will just say, in relation to the medicines, supply of medicines, we still have no guarantee. The only thing we know for sure is that we have been given an extra year to try to arrive at a solution, but the solution is not apparent. So we are left at the whim of a government that has told the world it has no difficulty ignoring or breaking international law. We have been left at the mercy of the worst instincts of an English nationalism that is pessimistic. I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way, but would he also recognise that the main danger in relation to this legislative consent motion is, in a sense, the Northern Ireland Protocol? So while the member can bash Her Majesty's Government, which put forward the protocol, but would he also say that it is also wrong that members and parties in this House supported said protocol and its damaging impact that it could have on a variety of sectors, that pertaining in this instance to medical devices and equipment?
Can I draw members back to the legislation in front of us, and let's not have a prolonged debate over protocol or Brexit, so relevant to the regulations in front of us.
But I would have no difficulty whatsoever in totally disagreeing with the member in relation to what he's just said about the protocol. The protocol is not what's creating the problems here, it's Brexit. The protocol became necessary to try to mitigate some of the negative impacts of Brexit for business. So we have been left to the whims of a government that is pessimistic and inward-looking, and which many of us here in the North reject, and which is going to create serious problems in the time ahead.
Nicole Pam Cameron.
Deputy Speaker, and you'll be glad to know I'll be brief. I rise in support of this motion today. The Government has stated the aim of the bill is as follows, and I quote, "Our goal is this: we want the UK to be the best place in the world to design and trial the latest medical innovations. This bill gives us the powers we need to make that happen. It will mean that the NHS has access to the most cutting-edge medicines and medical devices with enhanced patient safety. It will help our life sciences seize the enormous opportunities for the 2020s, supported by world-leading regulator." A worthy goal, Mr Deputy Speaker. We hope that it is one that is realised. So, Mr Speaker, we support this legislative consent motion. It is a sensible piece of legislation intending to delegate powers to make changes to medicines and medical devices regulation in a way that provides a consistent UK-wide approach. The amendments will allow the free flow of data on patients with medical devices across the United Kingdom. However, the true test of the bill, and indeed any common UK framework on medicines, is how it interacts the terms of the NI protocol and the potential for divergence between Northern Ireland and Great Britain's statute books in the future. We accept that in the main this bill deals with the safety of medicines and devices rather than trade in these goods. However, we can't ignore that the two are interlinked. The recent 12-month derogation agreed by the joint committees provide immediate relief, but it is not a permanent panacea. The key priorities for us are patient safety, continuity of supply and supporting businesses to innovate. The attractiveness test must benefit Northern Ireland. We cannot have a situation where Northern Ireland cannot benefit from the United Kingdom clinical trials or advances in technology because we are tied to the European Union. I'm sure no member of the House would want such a situation to come to pass. The bill would ensure that in making regulations, ministers have to examine the potential impact of decisions on the attractiveness of different parts of the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, we want Northern Ireland to play a leading role in advances in these areas, and our patients and bodies to have access to exciting clinical trials being led on a UK-wide basis. It is crucial that mitigations are put in place via agreements with the EU, that Northern Ireland can continue to play a full and vibrant part of the UK initiatives in these areas. Northern Ireland deserves its fair share. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today, as the voice of the people of the North is essential in any conversation pertaining to Brexit and its implications. The bill appeared before us at our committee back in June, and at that time I had suggested that it resulted in more questions than answers. And I welcome that at our committee we were given further opportunity to scrutinise the piece of legislation and ask the essential questions that we needed to know. While I continue to place on record my opposition to Brexit and the upheaval and chaos it will bring, this only solidifies why we must do the best we can with legislation such as this. The legislation itself is concerned with the regulatory gap that will be left at the end of the transition period and covers human medicines, clinical trials of human medicines, veterinary medicines and medical devices. Unfortunately, the bill is scant in detail and has been described by one member of the House of Lords as just one more bill stuffed full of Henry VIII clauses but devoid of substantive content. However, I am satisfied that questions we had about this bill were addressed within at committee time, and concerns regarding the need for the Assembly to have proper scrutiny and debate any regulations before they are approved is something that is to be welcomed. Mr Deputy Speaker, while I am broadly supportive of this motion before us today, I maintain the position that the need for it is not based on anything resembling taking back control. It is a result of small-minded English nationalism that did not give consideration to us in the north of Ireland until the 11th hour. I mean, here we are on the 30th of November, a mere few weeks before the end of the transition period, with no sight or sound of whether or not there will be a deal agreed upon by the UK and the EU, and this shows quite simply that we are not prepared for Brexit. That even the former First Minister, Peter Robinson, has been found in the headlines once more after saying that he believes the British Government will put the interest of English Tories ahead of the people of the North should serve as an important lesson for us, but one that some in this chamber would do well to ponder before falling into the role of Tory poodles just so quickly.
Can I draw the member back to the legislation in front of us rather than a Brexit debate?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I did think that this motion was as a result of Brexit, but maybe I'm incorrect on that. People who are being left with disagreement, with a deal that is not yet reached, disarray and potential impacts on the vital supply of medicines, and businesses not clear on what they have to do. That doesn't sound like governance, though why should we expect this Tory government to change the habit of a lifetime? I will support the motion before us.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the motion, particularly with reference to Part 1, that is clauses 1 to 7, which concern those devolved aspects directly related to health. I just want to place on record my thanks to the health departmental officials who came to committee and who, on a number of occasions, as the chair of the committee has pointed out, and for the briefings they provided us, both orally and written, have been excellent. So I'm not going to repeat what Mr Gildernew has said. But I would like to note that there are significant amendments being brought forward in this LCM, not least the recommendation under Cumberledge in relation to the database for medical devices. I recognise that inquiry very much focused in on vaginal mesh implants, but I sincerely hope going forward with this recommendation coming forward that the Department of Health here and across the water will start taking hernia mesh implants seriously, keep a record of how many patients are actually significantly impacted negatively, a lot of pain that is caused from that. So I very much welcome that will come forward through this. This is an enabling bill which affects matters of significant importance. I remain somewhat concerned that we've reached the end of November with some aspects covered by the bill still unclear because we await a deal between the UK and the EU. Nevertheless, we still need to be clear that as an enabling bill, the actual issues of medicine supply will remain in our hands. Ultimately, however, what we are enabling is maintenance of the status quo, world-class regulation combined with local control. And again, I very much welcome the amendment which will provide for local scrutiny and input. As we debated in June, we do have concerns with the motion around which there concerns a distinct lack of clarity. It remains frustrating that we have not had the time to engage properly with the pharma sector in general. Nevertheless, relevant future regulations should be subject to appropriate scrutiny and consultation of that nature. It remains the case that we can still see the challenges ahead arising not from the bill itself but from the circumstances which make it necessary. We have not seen any of those challenges seriously addressed in the last 5 or 6 months. Nevertheless, those challenges would only be made more difficult by rejection of this motion, and on that basis it has our full support. Thank you.
I now call Declan McAleer, the Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, the Area Committee first considered the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill at its meeting on the 5th of March, when a letter from the Dear Minister noted that it was making its passage through Westminster and that it was predominantly focused on human medicines and medical devices, with Part 2 dealing with veterinary medicines. Following the tabling of the legislative consent motion by the Health Minister, it was referred to the Committee for Health for consideration, who subsequently asked the ERA Committee to consider and comment on the section of the bill that concerns veterinary medicines. The ERA Committee took oral evidence and written evidence on the 4 clauses that make up Part 2 of the veterinary medicines on the 11th of June. The bill was complex and technical, and the Committee had very little time to fully explore the implications of the bill or to consult with all of the relevant stakeholders. The Committee raised a number of issues which I outlined in my speech to the House here when the LCM was debated on the 16th of June. But ultimately the Committee agreed that it was content with the LCM as it related to the veterinary medicine provisions within the bill. Since the Executive agreed on the 22nd of October that a further LCM is now required to take account of recent amendments to the bill which were laid by the Department of Health. These amendments will make provision in relation to the exercise of regulation-making powers under the bill and enhance legislative scrutiny of and public engagement on those regulations. The amendments also strengthen provision for the sharing of information on veterinary medicines on an international basis. At our meeting on the 12th of November, the ERA Committee considered oral and written evidence on the bill. It examined a number of matters with officials and amendments which relate to veterinary medicine. Members raised a query in relation to the amendments proposed in respect of information sharing in order for information to be shared with bodies outside the UK in pursuance of international agreements and arrangements, and how this would comply with the Data Protection Act. The Department officials advised that the bill would be fully compliant with all aspects of the Data Protection Act in the sharing of information. Members also raised a query in relation to the lengthy list of matters on which regulations might be made, and sought reassurance that any procedures in relation to this are put in place by the end of the transition period. Officials confirmed that this would be the case. In conclusion, the Committee agreed that it had no concerns with the further legislative consent motion insofar as they relate to Part 2 of the Bill on veterinary medicines. Thank you.
I call Orlia Flynn.
And I'm conscious that the pressures around the current pandemic obviously has restricted some time to extensively scrutinise this legislative motion that's came before us today. However, as previously noted by the Health Committee Chair, some extremely important issues are addressed within the amendments, particularly the ones around the Medicine and the Medical Devices Bill. I'm pleased to note that the bill does incorporate the recommendations from the report on the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, the first Do No Harm report. This piece of work, as many members will know, was long awaited and hoped for by many women who have endured harrowing injuries as a result of mesh implants. The first Do No Harm report recommends, for example, for the establishment of a centralised patients database that should be created by collecting the key details of the implantation of all devices at the time of operation, something that wasn't happening up until now. It also recommends a patient safety commissioner. What the first Do No Harm report uncovered was a complete lack of transparency with regards to the regulation of devices such as the mesh implants. Mesh implants were used in surgical repair of pelvic organ prolapse and have caused crippling, life-changing complications for many patients. I've met with many of those patients and I can report that their entire lives, with their families, with their careers, with their intimate relationships, literally every aspect of their lives have been upended by the trauma of their experience. And our responsibility to mesh implant victims doesn't end with this bill here today or with the recommendations from a report, but our responsibility is only met when we provide the supports recommended and needed by those injured by mesh implants. A full redress for all those patients affected must be a priority moving forward, and most urgently the Department of Health must provide the care for those injured by mesh implants, and that needs to begin with the safe access to full mesh removal surgery. With every scandal that develops, whether it is neurology, urology or mesh implants, sadly what we find is a lack of transparency, a lack of accountability, and too many patients who are hurt and who have lost faith in a healthcare system that is supposed to have helped them rather than harmed them. I therefore welcome today's LCM in the context of the amendments to help implement those recommendations from the Julia Cumberledge review. The creation of a patient safety database, the recording of details of devices when they're implanted into women's bodies, and putting in place the Patient Safety Commissioner and a suitable redress scheme would signify significant steps to help restore the confidence of so many who have suffered so terribly as a result of medical devices. And just finally, it would be remiss of me not to finish off my remarks by paying tribute to all of those campaign groups and all of those individuals who have worked tirelessly to have their voices heard and to highlight the mesh implant medical device scandal. Goramayagat.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For some months now, the lack of scrutiny and oversight of legislation and regulations moving through this Assembly has been a massive cause for concern for myself and other members who are not part of the Executive. This is nothing new, of course. A lack of scrutiny and accountability has been somewhat synonymous with this place, highlighted in the last term, resulting in a financial and political scandal of massive proportions. But over recent months, Mr Deputy Speaker, the scale at which important changes are moved through this Assembly without the basic checks and balances is utterly unacceptable and could have serious ramifications down the line. It is worse, of course, that it's happening in the middle of a health pandemic and as we face a potentially calamitous Tory Brexit. Yet on a weekly basis, this Assembly acts on many occasions as nothing more than a rubber stamp for that Tory Brexit legislation. And some of the Executive Party seem unfazed by this, despite a clear lack of concern around scrutiny aspects. Mr Speaker, I would ask, is this Assembly but a puppet Assembly on many of the major questions of the day, and what does that mean for accountability? If this legislation is rubber stamped today, before serious questions are answered, and who is responsible if the results are bad for the public? Will the Executive use the choice line, it wasn't us, it was the Tories, as they did when they similarly rubber-stamped welfare reform legislation several years ago? And wouldn't that be totally negligent? When this LCM, Mr Deputy Speaker, first came to the Health Committee, it was rushed, as many members said, and the committee thought there was not enough of an opportunity or time for scrutiny. In part because of the pressures of the COVID crisis, and therefore the committee decided, obviously then, it couldn't, or it wasn't rather, in a position to support the motion. And it was only after the Minister informed the committee that the Tories themselves had put a rush on the legislation through Westminster, and therefore there wasn't time, really, in effect, for the Assembly to scrutinise it in a similar time frame. That from that, seemingly the bigger parties agreed to support it. I do appreciate that the Minister, the Health Minister and his department are under humongous levels of pressure and scrutiny, but to be frank, I'm uncomfortable at best with this Assembly being beholden to pressure from the Tories to ram through legislation relating to the post-Brexit period, particularly when I cannot see the need for much of what is contained in the original bill to be rushed through anywhere. And having listened and engaged in discussion about this legislation at the Health Committee, I must say I still have serious questions, and I would echo some of the concerns by my colleague Ms Flynn about the issue around mesh and other patients in the future potentially. There is a clear need, Mr Deputy Speaker, to provide a regulatory framework to ensure a process is in place after Brexit, but there remains a big question mark over whether this legislation provides that. I don't claim, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be an expert in medicine or medical devices, but the manufacture and marketing and supply of medicines is serious and demands real attention. Clinical trials are detailed in Clause 4, for example. As we heard on the Health Committee, that clause could provide the possibility of medical cannabis trials and other things that activists and campaigners such as Charlotte Caldwell and others have been campaigning for some time. We have to approach that, Mr Deputy Speaker, with some level of caution, and I am certainly cautious about that. And when I do hear talk of red tape and bureaucracy being stripped back, to me it does sound code for potentially placing the public at risk through clinical trials and medicine more generally. I raised a number of concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the committee about this, but the main one was about having a detailed list setting out the limits of devolved authority and what matters would remain in London. I was advised, the committee was advised, that this was a complicated field and that a comprehensive list could not yet be provided, but officials were working through the issues, and I appreciate if the Minister may be able to respond to some of that in his closing remarks. I note 2 comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the BMA on the substantive bill that went through in Britain. These comments indicated how the changes presented here might lead to questionable regulatory practices, including making, and I quote, hundreds or more individual decisions to change our current regulatory regime into a markedly different one statutory instrument at a time. The BMA report went on to argue that the attractiveness principle of the bill could create scenarios in which attractiveness could run into conflict with patient safety, and that greater protections or clarity were needed within this bill. To me, this smacks of a scenario where public health and public safety could be sacrificed for private profit and wealth, something we should all be deeply worried about considering the experience of this pandemic. Further concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm concerned that in reality this bill, while moving away from the former approach, actually puts significant power in the hands of the government ministers and the Tory Secretary of State here. For example, powers to adjust regulations unilaterally without further scrutiny, where control of decision making is further strengthened in the hands of ministers and not this chamber, for example. There has also been a real lack of consultation, Mr Speaker, with this bill. Regarding the clauses we are being asked to carry over. For example, we have been told that there are no human rights concerns, which on the face of it is good to hear and reassuring, no doubt, but how can we be sure of that when no wide-ranging consultation took place? Even in regards to our health sector, I would wonder and ask what input the trade union movement have had and should have in such any moves like this. For all these reasons, Mr Speaker, as a Democrat and a Socialist, I cannot give carte blanche consent to this LCM. I cannot obviously block it, given the way this place is structured, but having listened to the debate, I doubt it's even within our gift. But I would implore the Executive and the Minister to begin to move away from this insufficient and indeed reckless form of governance in regards to LCMs and legislation generally. Thank you.
Mr Chambers indicated that you wanted to say, OK, that's grand. Thank you.
Very brief, Mr Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak, but as the recipient of a temporary implantable recording device, I certainly welcome the information in this report that the medical device information system is to improve the safety and standards of such medical devices. I've certainly never felt that my health or my safety has been compromised to date, but I'm reassured by this. And I think it's good that data and information gathered will be shared, because it will help others going forward. So just really want to put on record, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that my party does fully support this legislative consent motion. Thank you.
And on that point, I now call the Minister to conclude and wind on the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank members who have contributed to the debate. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank both the Health Committee and the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committees for taking the time to examine the legislative consent memorandum and for their helpful and positive engagement with departmental officials on this matter. I appreciate that the committees again had to work within a very challenging timescale, and would like to thank them for their patience, understanding and cooperation with both departments. I would also like to thank my executive colleagues for their support in this matter and for agreeing to the need for a further legislative consent motion in relation to this bill. I believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that on this occasion it is appropriate and indeed makes good sense for Westminster to legislate on matters that are devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. In very practical terms, we know the bill provides the powers needed to be able to update the current regulatory regime for medicines, devices and clinical devices and clinical trials in response to the end of the transition period. But it also has the best interests of patients at its heart. As I have stated earlier, these amendments to the bill at Lords Committee stage seek to improve patient safety, as well as allow the Assembly greater scrutiny in the regulation-making process. The bill will provide for the implementation of a new UK-wide medical device information system and will collect and store information linking unique device identifiers to patients, clinicians and specific surgical procedures that implanted the device. This will be hugely beneficial to patients and to patient safety now and in the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll address some of the queries that members have raised throughout this debate. Assurances were sought that the regulations to be developed to implement the Medical Devices Information System take account of the governance arrangements around medical devices and patient safety in Northern Ireland. Can I put on record Northern Ireland has in place strong information governance arrangements and a code of practice on the sharing of patient identifiable information both for direct care and secondary use. It is these governance arrangements that I am referring to and to which draft regulations would need to conform. As amended to the bill has been agreed whereby the Secretary of State will have a statutory duty to consult Scottish ministers, Welsh ministers and ourselves, and that has been written into the bill. In addition to this amendment, there is also a separate non-legislative commitment from the Department of Health and Social Care to ongoing discussions on the Medical Devices Information System governance arrangements and their operational details that will ensure that the Department of Health in Northern Ireland is engaged in relevant policy and operational discussions and the development of draft regulations. And I am content the assurances received with the legislative and non-legislative approach. There were questions raised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in regards to who will share the data with whom and why. Information relating to human medicines is and will continue to be shared by both the MHRA and DHSC. The MHRA is an executive agency of the DHSC, and both are exercising the powers of the Secretary of State. The power would be expressed as a power of the Secretary of State. So in respect of Northern Ireland, the power of human medicines should also be exercised by my department, the Department of Health in Northern Ireland, and that is because medicines and the implementation of international obligations are both transferred matters in respect of Northern Ireland. For veterinary medicines, the power similarly should be exercised by both the Secretary of State and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It is not possible to provide a definite list of bodies at this time or countries with whom information would need to be shared, but it would include overseas regulators, and that includes regulators associated with countries and territories, overseas governments, non-governmental organisations, for example, the World Health Organization, international institutions, for example, the European Medicines Agency, and international networks as the OCABR Network for Human Biologicals. Why this information is needed to be shared, Mr Deputy Speaker. This information is shared with overseas bodies and networks, and it will be done in two main ways. And that will be using EU databases and directly with overseas regulators and bodies and networks, facilitated by information sharing agreements and arrangements. After the transition period, the UK will lose access to the EU databases, and information sharing with EU countries and institutions will be facilitated by information sharing agreements and arrangements similar to those in place with non-EU countries. The legal status of these agreements or arrangements varies from treaty obligations to more informal exchanges of letters. It is important that going forward that there is an explicit statutory power that ensures that information can be shared without breaching legal restrictions on information sharing, which includes the common law duty of confidence, the provision of the UK GDPR, individual rights contained in the Human Rights Act, restrictions on the sharing of information obtained pursuant to specific pieces of legislation, and contractual rights. I hope that lays to rest some of the concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker, that were raised. There were also concerns in regards to the attractiveness of Northern Ireland in terms of supply of medicines and medical devices. The UK is currently aligned with the EQ Acquis for medicines and medical devices, and this will change after transition, when Northern Ireland will remain aligned with the European Union and the rest of the United Kingdom will not. There are long-term implications for both the supply and regulations of medicines in Northern Ireland, where the large majority of medicine supplies are drawn from the UK market via GB. Northern Ireland is part of a UK-wide medical supplies contingency programme for EU exit, which is led by the Department of Health and Social Care, with the involvement of all the devolved administrations. At the fourth meeting of the Northern Ireland Specialised Committee on the 5th of November, the UK Government and the EU Commission reached an agreement to allow the pharmaceutical industry 12 months from the 1st of January to comply with new regulatory requirements which apply only to Northern Ireland and are a consequence of the Northern Ireland Protocol. This will allow industry time to adapt to the new arrangements and to mitigate risks to barriers to trade. The MHRA will continue to regulate medicines for Northern Ireland, and as the UK regulator will represent all parts of the United Kingdom in ensuring their attractiveness as a place to trade.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I think indeed we'll all welcome the 12-month derogation period. And could I place on record that my thanks to his officials who indeed did help lobby for that very intervention. But would the Minister agree with me that now is the time, and indeed the committee did write to the Executive to push for a mutual recognition agreement in terms of medicines and medical devices by that new deadline of December 2021 in order to avoid a further cliff edge?
And I thank the member, and I had a meeting last week between myself and Minister Agar, who leads on this piece of work within Westminster, and teams of both officials who made exactly that point. Now that we have come to the 12-month period that allows us to get a concrete base put in place, that we do not waste any of that time, and that's something that we both agreed to. But also in recognition of the tremendous work, and it has been noted by many members in this House, that my department has been involved in securing this 12 months, that we don't lose the expertise on either side of the table in regards to making the best use of the 12 months that lie ahead of us, so that we can give that reassurance to the industry here in Northern Ireland and continuity of supply. So my department will continue to work with both the Department of Health and Social Care and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in relation to compliance with the Northern Ireland Protocol and future relations within the EU. This will include consideration of the optimal supply and logistic models for medical supplies for Northern Ireland, the attractiveness of Northern Ireland for clinical trials, and the opportunities that may arise from life sciences. And in regards to the effect specifically on the internal markets bill, on the supply of medicines and medical products for products to Northern Ireland from GB post-implementation day, advice from our legal advisors are that the effects of the Internal Markets Bill on the supply of medicines and medicinal products from Northern Ireland from GP post-implementation day are likely to be negligible. And this is based on advices received in consultations to date, having considered the provisions of the bill in its current iteration. However, as the Internal Markets Bill is still making its way through Parliament, this advice is caveated by the need for ongoing review of the position, as it could change over the next few weeks. In regards, Mr Deputy Speaker, a number of members raised the vital work and the crucial recommendations that came from the Cumberledge report that focused on, in regards to the formal response to the recommendations actually that came out of that report. As members will be aware, the Cumberledge report highlights failure of the healthcare system in a number of areas, including actually the need to listen and to understand patients' voices and their concerns raised around certain treatments. It is recommendation 7 of that report which relates to the requirement of a central patient identifiable database recording the key details of all medical devices that are implanted. This LCM provides the necessary enabling powers for regulations to be prepared to require healthcare establishments to submit that data to a central database on a UK-wide basis. The benefits of a UK-wide system include the analysis of a much wider pool of data to identify signals indicating possible issues within a device. An independent medicines and medical devices safety review group has been established within my department to consider the recommendations of the review of the local context, including their alignment with their ongoing work with regards to patient safety. The working group consists of relevant representatives from the department's policy and professional leads, and they are collaborating with colleagues across the United Kingdom on this matter. So I can give members that reassurance that this work is ongoing, but it has been delayed due to the current pandemic, and I will provide, Mr Deputy Speaker, a formal response to the Cumberledge report following full consideration by that group, which will take into consideration things like a patient safety commissioner that the member raised, and also the need for what we think should be a national redress system, a redress system that covers the entirety of the United Kingdom. Members there were also concerns raised about the delegated powers that were contained in the bill, and if they simply replace the delegated powers, I think as the member referred to, or maybe was intimating, those delegated powers that were provided for in Section 2.2 of the European Communities Act. The majority of the sought delegation powers do reflect specifically the powers available to the UK now, which are found in the European Communities Act of 1972. Secondary legislation made under the bill is strictly limited to the matters found on the face of the bill, without the ability to amend and update regulatory frameworks that currently exist. So we are and will be unable to take appropriate and proportionate steps to address patient safety concerns. The bill provides for increased parliamentary and assembly scrutiny of regulatory amendments to the law which relate to human medicines, because the vast majority will now be subject to the affirmative resolution procedure, with the exception of fees and supplementary provisions within the civil sanctions regime for devices, as I mentioned in my opening comments. This is an enhancement on the current way in which updates to the legislation have been made, which have been subject to the negative resolution procedure to date. There is also a duty on the face of the bill for there to be public consultation before making future regulations. Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to the other amendments that require legislative consent, they add further strength to the bill by providing for necessary information sharing in accordance with international agreements and provide clarity on the offences clause. They also provide further safeguards in the regulation-making processes by outlining consideration to be taken when making regulations, prioritising public safety and clarifying attractiveness. Those regulations made under the bill have the requirement to include a public consultation and will mainly apply the draft affirmative procedure. The bill now also provides for a new reporting obligation, and all these amendments will provide greater scrutiny for the Northern Ireland Assembly, which I welcome. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion and this LCM to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes definitely have it. And the motion is carried. If members would just take the rees to a change round for the next item of business, please. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Communities to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That, in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 15th of May 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill, NII Bill 10/17-22.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to formally move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you indeed. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I therefore call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As this House is aware, the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill passed its second stage on the 3rd of November 2020 and was referred to the Committee for Communities for its committee stage. The principles of the bill and beyond were debated at length at second stage and aim to bring forward measures that seek to tackle alcohol misuse, promote responsible consumption and to support the hospitality and tourism sectors. However, during the committee stage, we will be seeking to establish whether the bill strikes the appropriate balance between these apparently competing objectives. The committee has begun its consideration of the bill in earnest. The call for evidence and views was issued on the 16th of November 2020, with a generous 4 weeks for responses to allow those who want to respond more time than usual due to the current COVID situation. We are aware that many organisations and individuals will be under extreme pressures at this time. At its meeting on the 12th of November, the committee agreed, after discussion, to request an extension to committee stage until the 15th of May 2021. The committee fully appreciates that this will come as a disappointment to some members within this House and to a range of key stakeholders across a number of sectors. Mr Speaker, I'd like the House to bear with me as I explain why the extension is crucial for the committee to conduct proper scrutiny of this substantial bill of 36 clauses and 2 schedules. The committee were aware that there was significant pressure from a number of sources to have the bill process done and dusted, including royal assent, so that provisions of the bill could be implemented by Easter, the Easter Sunday being the 4th of April 2021. While the committee fully understands the pressures that the hospitality industry is facing, we are looking at shaping licensing laws for many, many years to come, and as a result of our considerations and those of the Assembly, and that the fact this cannot be ignored, I put on record at the second stage, so there would be no confusion, that the committee will not be rushed in getting this bill through, albeit we want to do our best to support the hospitality industry. The bill is about much more than Easter opening hours. The second stage debate clearly highlighted the wide range of very important issues in the bill. I will now take a few moments to remind members of the long list of issues that the members of this House requested that the committee cover and consider during its committee stage. The committee was asked to consider the very fundamentals of the licensing system, including the prices being paid for licences and the surrender principle. We were asked to consider the impact of extended opening hours and drinking uptime on the hospitality sector in general, on clubs, on the wider nighttime economy such as taxi drivers, on rural pubs, hospitality staff, local residents and the PSNI, to name but a few. We've been asked by members of this House to consider the impact of the bill on alcohol consumption and abuse and related health impacts on underage drinking, on safeguarding issues for those under 18 attending functions and award ceremonies in licensed premises. We've been asked to consider the issue of local producers in depth, with many members wanting to do much more for this group, feeling the bill is not ambitious enough. Concerns were raised at second stage about advertising restrictions, loyalty schemes and alcohol deliveries, all areas covered by this bill. The committee has been asked to do a massive amount of work in its committee stage, and this will take a considerable period of time, and there are no shortcuts. The committee understands this and knows that it shouldn't be distracted by any artificial deadline. At our meeting last Thursday, we had 3 excellent briefings from Assembly researchers, which further cemented our view that there are gaps in data and evidence, many issues requiring in-depth scrutiny, and lessons to be learned from other jurisdictions cannot be rushed. The committee has also taken advice from the Assembly Bill Office in making its decision to request this extension. Even if the committee felt it could have completed all this in-depth scrutiny within the 30-day timeframe, there is absolutely no guarantee that the bill would get royal assent in time for the provisions to be implemented by Easter 2021. The timescale is very, very tight, and neither the Department nor the Assembly control all processes and relating timings that the bill must pass through after its final stage. In normal non-COVID circumstances, the committee would have had the option of holding a substantial number of extra meetings to get through the many evidence sessions it needs to hold. However, we are not operating in usual circumstances, and members will know there are limitations on all committees at present in the number of meetings and length of meetings they can hold. For that Easter deadline to have been really achievable, the committee operating under the restrictions that we are, the bill would have needed to be with us much, much earlier. I think it is crucial that we are realistic on a number of fronts. Primarily, we need to give this bill the proper and thorough scrutiny it deserves, as there have been changes to it since it was last considered in 2016, and its scope is much wider. The bill is generating lots of interest, and we will need to take evidence from a variety of different interests to ensure that we hear from everyone that might be affected by this bill. Whilst the motion is to extend committee stage until May 2021, we will of course make every effort to work closely with the Minister and officials to have the bill dealt with before this date, but we must allow ourselves leeway to ensure proper scrutiny in the current context of this pandemic. The committee supports the Minister in her aims to strike the right balance between offering a level of support to the hospitality and tourism sectors, which we all agree is much needed, and protecting our communities by ensuring the sale of alcoholic drinks is controlled. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, to allow the Committee for Communities to complete its scrutiny as robustly as it can on a wide range of hugely important issues and within a realistic timeframe, I commend this motion to the House.
Sinéad Ennis on Cancha. I call Sinéad Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to make it clear that it's certainly Sinn Féin's position that we need reform of our licensing and regulation laws, and we need that to happen as quickly as possible, not least of all to help the beleaguered hospitality industry, but also to help with the economic recovery from COVID. But as the Chair said, and as the contributions from members at the second stage of this bill shows, there's quite a lot for us to consider. This legislation will be with us for a long time, and we need to make sure that we get it right. We have a list as long as your arm. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of people who want to come to the committee and groups that want to give evidence, and we need to ensure that we give those groups the respect and the adequate time they need in order to properly brief the members. If we want modern and fit for purpose reform of our licensing laws, then the committee certainly needs time to ensure that that's what we get. As the Chair said, this is just to ensure that we're equipped to do that as a committee, but we will make every effort, and I want to assure members in the House that we will make every effort to get this done as quickly as possible, but we do need time and space to make sure that we're doing it right, because I think, you know, as I said, it will be with us for a long time, and we need to ensure that it's something that we can all live with. So with that said, I support the motion to extend the time for the committee consideration.
There being no other speakers on this item, oh, sorry, excuse me, I have to call the Chair again. I now call the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for her contribution today, but can I also thank all of the members of the Committee for Communities who were in agreement to this extension, and I look forward to the committee progressing through its scrutiny of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is successful. We now move to the final item on the order paper. That's item 6, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.